Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina.
Join Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world.
You are in the right place at the right time. The Black Business Network opens again for its Black Business Olympics, a 24/7 broadcast on business, strategies, global branding, social media marketing, finance, advertisement, and much, much more. Featuring the top, most powerful entrepreneurs and speakers and thought leaders from all around the world as they gather together for this phenomenal event. Join the Black Business Network streaming live into the metaverse, STEM City USA, Black Multiverse, Pod TV, Roku, Hulu, iHeartRadio, Apple TV, YouTube, TikTok, Instagram, Google Podcasts, Facebook, LinkedIn, IBM TV, Spotify, and Twitch. Tune in today and be a part of this amazing movement. The Black Business Olympics welcomes you.
Hello, I'm Dr. Madeline Ann Lewis, President and CEO of the Executive Women's Success Institute. And my genius is helping women accelerate the path to success. You know, I was blessed to have strong women in my life who encouraged, motivated, and pushed me to do my best and to never even think about giving up on my dreams. So I say to women, we must show up to rise up. We have talents and potential, but who will see them if we don't speak up and get noticed? I know that women are a tremendous resource on this planet, and there is nothing more fulfilling than helping a woman tap into her full potential. I do this because I want to be a part of helping as many women as I can to show up, to rise up. I do this because genius is common.
What if you could build your own city? A place where every child can find nurturing people to help them achieve their full potential. A place where every adult can access job training support, where health education is abundant, where social justice ruled the land. A place without limitations. Welcome. You have arrived at STEM City USA. It is what every city should be. A safe and trusted community where you find people and resources to help you become everything you are and beyond. STEM City is unlike anything you have ever experienced. It is a digital twin of the world around you, only better. STEM City is about energy and soul renewal. It is more than a digital world. You can almost feel the power of live cultural events, music, and theater. STEM City promises a better future for children with caring mentors and hands-on activities with dedicated tutors to support our youth. STEM City is your passport to a healthy lifestyle with weekly events addressing our community's many issues. STEM City is your financial well-being with helpful information on wealth management, career advancement, job training, and so much more. STEM City is the community you deserve. It is the city where your dreams can come true. STEM City USA, a place in the sky that is accessible to all who reach for the stars.
The Black Business Expo is changing my life. This year, they are giving away laptops and even $5,000 in cash to students just like me. I'm Alexis, and I want to go to college to fulfill my dream of becoming an entrepreneur. Help the Black Business Expo going to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com and also becoming a vendor, a sponsor, or donating.
Bravery is not the absence of fear, but the ability to overcome it. We stand for those who defy suppression, who speak out, and those who walk the road less traveled. Everyone deserves to be seen and their voices to be heard. We're sparking a movement, growing a community of creators united by the desire for freedom, choice, equity, and ownership. At Fanbase, it's all for one and one for all. We support each other to guide, promote, and uplift you in a place where you can unapologetically be yourself. A place where your voice, ideas, and creativity are not just welcomed, but celebrated. We are Black founded, minority funded, and supported by a diverse, inclusive, powerful community that believes in the strength of authenticity and individual choice. Regardless of success or background, we welcome you, the marginalized, the underappreciated, the successful, the superstar. We're for all who seek a space to express themselves freely, where they are rewarded for being their authentic, true self. We transcend labels because only we have the right to define ourselves. We are built for the brave, the culture, the creators, and for the future where everyone has the power to shape their own destiny, where all are empowered, voices are amplified, and freedom is embraced. For the first time, you have a chance to own the platform you helped make popular. It's a revolution, a movement in how we connect, create, and share. Everyone is a creator, and everyone has a fan base. Here, you can be you without limits.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
Good day, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Kelly Jones. I'm your business moderator for this session of the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, Black business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about business. We are with today's keynote speaker. We are with Anthea Davidson Jarrett. She is a parent, musician, traveler, global educator, and founder of the Educate the Globe. She's worked in many countries of different cultures as a primary school teacher, vocalist, mentor, and coach. Anthea started her career as a young mother working as a Montessori practitioner in the family business and founded Educate the Globe to support parents and their young ones in developing routines and practices that enhance the development of the well-being of their child. Effective care and provision have a significant impact on a child's cognitive, emotional, and social development. So, ETG provides high quality consultancy, engaging literature, and ongoing guidance with implementing exercises and activities that children will enjoy whilst simultaneously developing in all of the learning and development areas at home with a practical and holistic approach. And Thea?
Hello, how are you?
Good. How are you today? Happy Saturday.
Happy Saturday or happy Saturday. Yes. How are you? Once again, you okay?
Yes, I'm doing well. I hear a lovely accent. Where are you from?
I am from London, currently based in Virginia. USA.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Well, welcome.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. I wanted to ask you a little bit more, find out about some of the great things that you're doing. I mean, what I read in your bio is outstanding. So thank you for what you're doing for the next generation.
Oh, it's a pleasure. I mean, working with children, it gives me life. I see their minds are just phenomenal. I've been working with children for 20 years, and I am that person who wants to protect their spiritual embryo so that they're not tainted by what life can present sometimes.
That's the word I was thinking, tainted.
Children are phenomenal. And if you just allow them to be, you observe them, you prepare the environment, and you guide them without interfering too much, you'll see some beautiful things come out. And that's what I'm here for.
Excellent. When you say beautiful things, describe what that means. Tell me something
you
beautiful.
You will see their intrinsic motivation bloom. I think a lot of the issues that we're having in school right now is that we're shoving information, especially as it pertains to mainstream education. We're shoving information down them. We're telling them, oh, this is what you need to learn. This is how you learn it. And it's suffocating their internal drive, their internal motivation. And then they become dependent upon external motivations and seeking validation outside of self. So I'm here to protect that internal drive, that, like I said, spiritual embryo, as Montessori calls it, that will, that unabounded desire to come down here and live out their purpose.
So that's why you're so grounded in Montessori. You have a fond belief of helping children live out their purpose?
Absolutely.
Can you tell me a little bit about the books? It says each book begins with a variation of, I know I can do it. Why was this a repeated affirmation? Why did you find this an important theme in your books?
Because they can do it. And oftentimes when we are talking about practical life activities such as making the bed, tying laces, putting on the coat, things that adults can do with their eyes closed and children so desperately want to do it. In this rushed environment in society, we have this need to do it for them. So all of my children's books in that series start with, I know I can do it. Please, can I help? I want to do it all by myself. Please, can I try? Can you show me how? I'm not too small. I'm ready right now.
So you have multiple audiences with that. You have the parent, you have the teacher, you have the child, you have multiple audiences when you wrote that book.
I was essentially writing that series for parents. I want to promote slowing down. I know that life can be busy, but when you teach a child the steps, step by step, the individual steps of, for example, pouring out a drink, you empower that child. You just take the time to teach them. Yes, they're going to fail, quote unquote, right? They're going to make mistakes, but slow down a minute. Take time to teach them the things that they're asking to be taught in baby steps. And you empower your child when that happens, you know. You start seeing your child, and that's what you see in most Montessori environments, proper Montessori environments. 2 to 5 year olds just getting on with their day, pouring out themselves a drink, making themselves a sandwich, taking activities from the shelf, putting them back. It's a beautiful thing to behold.
Yeah, my daughter loved Montessori school. My daughter and son were in Montessori
So
school.
you understand.
Oh, I love it. I love it. Maria Montessori, I actually quoted her in my book. I love the philosophy of teaching them to be independent individuals and teaching them their passion.
That's right. That's
now,
right.
I want to ask you.
I'd say allow for their passion to be birthed.
Yes.
Not teach them their passion.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Sorry.
I didn't mean so much teach them their passion, but I meant, please forgive me, more or less teach them that their passion is okay, because sometimes they may start in a particular area and then we stunt it or we limit them.
Absolutely.
So,
yeah.
So, but I'm just wondering, you know, it says that you're a global educator and you've, you know, worked in various countries. I would like for you to tell me a little bit more about some of those countries, but also how did the countries vary? Like, how did those countries vary and help you with better defining your stories?
Oh, that's an interesting question. Okay, so I've worked in Sudan. I've worked in Egypt. I've worked in Qatar. I've worked in Bahrain, Kuwait. I've worked in Spain. And I'm currently now in USA. I can't remember all the countries, but there are a few more, but those are ones that are prominent in my mind right now.
Mm-hmm.
I understand that regardless of the country, children are still the same. You know, culture impacts them absolutely, but going back to that spiritual embryo, that inner drive, that thirst to want to absorb the environment and fine tune it for their will, that's the same everywhere.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow. When's the first time you saw that? When's the first time you saw that spark or that inspiration that this can be multiplied or duplicated?
I do believe that it was when I was working in my mum's Montessori nursery and with my own son. I'd previously worked for my mum prior to becoming, pregnant with my child. And it didn't click. I went through the training and everything. It's only when I had my own son, because I was that invested, I guess. Not that I wasn't invested before, but it shifted. My perspective shifted. I could actually see for my own child how wonderful the whole system really was, as opposed to I'm doing it because it's what I need to do. It kind of shifted when I saw it happening with my own child. I'm like, wow, because I work with the children and they go home. This time I'm working with my son and he's coming home to me and I'm seeing the impact at home. So I think that's where it was. And then when I started working in mainstream schools and just seeing the lack of confidence and independence in the children who attended those schools, I was like, we've got to do something about that. And so COVID was a brilliant time for me to really, get that message out there, because parents were at home with their children. They had to be responsible for their education, Mm-hmm. So, yeah, I think that was when the penny dropped.
I love it. I love it. When you write, so another book that you wrote is Make My Bed, right? And we see a joyful, collaborative routine of making the bed in your book that you've described for us. How do you see this supporting emotional development and order?
Right. So relationships are really important. And I think from a young age, which goes alongside the independence piece, children should we tend not to praise, but we tend to give them the opportunity to work things out on their own. And so when you have that relationship and you know that it's okay for me to try, even if I don't get it the first time, you have that support with you within your family, within your friend space, then you are emotionally balanced. It supports the emotional balance of that child. They're not sitting in fear thinking, oh, I'm going to get something wrong. No, even if you quote unquote get it wrong, you're one step closer to getting it right. And so I think when you're going through the practical life activities such as make your bed, tie your laces, it is to be expected that quote unquote errors will occur. That's just life, right? But having that support with parents and families and those within your community to say it's okay to try again. That's you failing forward, quote unquote. I think that's, really important.
That is so beautiful. I mean, now you're bringing back childhood memories for me as a child and as me as a parent, how important it is to do those things together, because they also build fond memories and laughter, laughter along later on, right? Not laughing at you, laughing with you.
Yeah.
Maturing the process. So, but you have some exciting topics. Like I said before, do the laundry, make my bed, wash the dishes. A lot of things that parents are going to be excited about their children now doing. But each one has such a beautiful lesson. And in wash the dishes, you include a real safety tips and humor, as I mentioned beforehand. Why was realism important to you and your depiction of home routines?
Interesting question. Because if I draw on Montessori, she's not a fan of fantasy. She would even say that the real world is the fantasy. The real world is the excitement. The real world is, the real world. When you look at, let me give you an example. When you look at a child and you've bought them, a fancy kitchen set, for example, right? They're happy, they're excited, they're interested for about a couple of days, and then they want to go right back to the real kitchen. They want to start fumbling with the real pots and pans. And so for a child, real life is the fantasy. It's a world they've never explored before. Realism then prepares them with that mindset to approach life with positivity, with confidence, approach life with imagination and creativity that fits nature. Do you know what I mean? That's not out there in the imaginary world, but no, use your imagination in real life. Use your creativity in real life. And things like making the bed can be fun. Things like baking a cake can absolutely be fun. And it's real at the same time. So why separate the two? My apologies.
No, I think it's excellent. Giving them things that are accessible, right?
Right.
Instead of the waiting and the anticipation of when. No, you can do it here. You can do it today. You can do it now, right?
That's it.
Reduces the start time and other projects and activities. But I want to ask you this. An omelet on toast, phenomenal. Food becomes a site for sibling bonding and skill building. How does this align with Montessori's view on independence?
Great question. With Omelette on Toast, I had the younger sibling, Kalia. It was Kalia and her older brother, Nasir, making a snack. I believe they came home from school and she was hungry and want to make a snack. And so Montessori has a concept called vertical grouping. And this is real. It's happening in real life. You have siblings who are of different ages doing the same activity, where the older sibling has more experience and the younger sibling's just there watching, ready to get involved when they think they can. it's the same concept in the book. You know, Nasir teaches her how to make an omelette, and she's helping out and she's learning and they're having fun with it.
Wow. I like independence, but it's also teaching interdependence.
Yes, absolutely. And community work. You know, this is life. These are the values that we should think upon and act upon and give thanks for, you know.
So talking about food, I like food. I love food. I like food so much until when you were telling about the different countries, I was like, okay, tell me a little about
girl
dishes in those countries as well.
I think apart from obviously my home country, my mother country is Sierra Leone. Without a doubt, hands down, the cuisine in Sierra Leone is right. Such a wide variety. Apart from that, my favorite cuisine is Middle East.
Really?
Spice, yeah. Oh, they still got the spice. So it's very clean. I love it. So that's my second cuisine. What about you? Sorry, I know this is not part of the interview, but
you know what? It's okay to laugh and enjoy life as well as
that's right.
You know, get to know the person, get to know the look, get to know the author. They like the author. Okay, well, I'm a little bit more interested in your books. But I will tell you this: I had a general manager at a hotel who was Indian, and the chef was Indian, and the chef used to make special dinners for the general manager, and they made pizza with some Indian, I don't know what it was, an Indian delicacy, right? And they used to eat it with hot sauce. And I said, you got to be kidding me. I've never heard of no pizza with hot sauce. But it was the best pizza. And now every time I have pizza, I have to have hot sauce.
I love jalapeno peppers on my pizza. I'm not going to lie to you.
Oh man, I learned the beauty of spices and all the other kind of things that they would create, because a lot of the food took so long to prepare.
Yes. You got marinated. Come on, girl.
Yeah. Yeah. So when you bit into it or when you tasted it or whatever, you got all the unique seasonings, all the unique flavors. It was just like a burst of joy in your mouth. It was excellent. It was excellent. So that's all the good stuff about all the foods out there. But I also know that you wrote a book about baking, and it's called Bake a Cake. It includes dietary adaptations like using flaxseed instead of eggs. I never knew you could do that. How do you weave inclusion into your kitchen narratives?
Yeah, that one was a tricky one. Initially, when I wrote that book, it did have eggs in it. And I was like, no, I don't use eggs anymore. I didn't purposefully think that inclusion as a title was what I was doing. I was just being inclusive in the process. And I've now shaped it so that the older brother and the older sister are vegan. And I think it's important because we're highlighting that one way is not just the only way. You know, along my travels, I had quite a lot of issues with restaurants who didn't serve vegan cuisine, which is why I like the Middle East as well. They were very clean and they had that vegetarian vegan option. There was a lot more on the menu. In the West, it's getting there. Yeah, so I went to Los Angeles, loads of vegan restaurants, you know. Here where I am is not so many. So I think it's important to celebrate differences, absolutely, and to understand the importance of different dietary requirements for different people. Some may say that meat is their thing, it keeps them healthy. Others, meat isn't their thing. Do you know what I mean? Mm-hmm. Some people might be gluten intolerant and things like that. So I think it's important just to be respectful of everyone's differences, especially when it comes to important areas of their life, such as the food that we eat, you know.
Yeah. And kids are learning, right? And so as you teach something like this inclusion, it makes it easier for them when they go to school and their peers have read something like this and they now know, You know, that different is just different.
That's it. Yeah, exactly. Girl, I'm trying to fix my crown.
Your crown is fabulous. You got
I'm wearing my locks out again. I cut my locks off. Gosh, how long ago now? You can Google it. I want to say 5 years ago. Might have been longer. Because I had a little girl who had alopecia. She couldn't grow her hair. She couldn't grow her eyebrows. She couldn't grow her eyelashes. And at the time I had locks for 8 years. So they were like, you know, quite long. I said, you know what? Let me raise money. Let me bring awareness to this. You know, alopecia, you had hair at the time. So it was called the Big Chop, the Big Chop. And so I cut my locks off. And it was interesting because my hair always wanted to lock again. It always went into that form of wanting to lock. And so at the start of, I think it was August, I decided let's go again. So I'm in the process of growing out my locks.
Wow. You really are a beautiful person.
Oh, do I tear that which you see in me resides in you.
Wow. Oh, you know what? That's kind of like what when people say, oh, you know, that you look really beautiful. You're beautiful. And I say, thank you, beautiful. And they're like, you know, why do you say that? And I said, you know, some people actually don't receive compliments. So when you know, on a regular basis, so when you remind people the beauty that's in them, you may be sparking something that was dormant, you know?
Right. And the fact that you've said it means that it's in you. Do you know what I mean?
Yes,
many people can view you from many different angles. That's because that's what's in them to see.
I love it. Look, you're about to be my BFF. I love it. I love the fun and excitement that you bring into, you know, our conversation, into this interview, that you bring in your books. I mean, even the playful rhythm, like during food prep that you were talking about. I mean, tell us a little bit about that.
All my books rhyme in that series because for me, rhyming is important. For me, music and rhyming is important to program, to solidify the message. If I'm learning something, I've always put it in a rhyme for me to remember. And all my meditations and affirmations, they all rhyme. And so for that series, I wanted it to be fun and joyous. Rhyming as well as a literary skill that children can pick up on. And I think it's just easy to digest when books rhyme. That's me. So that's why I've poured it into my series the way that I have. When I first wrote Host a Party, that was my first book in the series. And let me see if I can remember it. I know I can do it. Please, can I help? I want to do it all by myself. Please, can I try? Can you show me now? I'm not too small. I'm ready right now. I'm having a party. It's the end of school, an all-white affair, and it's going to be cool. I've never hosted before. I'm not sure what to do. But my daddy will help me. He's the party guru. First things first, I've got to send out the invites. Not too many. It's got to be just right. What does it? How does that go again? I think I'll make my own because creating is fun. And don't forget to add +1 or something like that. So I haven't done it in a while. But for me, it was actually, I was in Kuwait at the time and they asked me to do an assembly on it. And by the end of the assembly, I had the children finishing each page and each couplet. Yeah, because rhyming for me, I think, really impacts the brain. It helps you to remember. That's me. I'm not sure about anyone else.
Right. And recall is so important. Why learn it?
My own lyrics, what are you giving me claps for?
Wait, what'd you say?
I said I messed up my own lyrics. Why are you giving me claps for?
Oh, it was beautiful, though. It was beautiful. I like that. I like that. You know, and why teach it if you're not going to remember it and be able to apply it later on? Do you know what I mean? You want something that, you know, when you're 20, 30 years old, you're sitting there and you're saying, da, 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 right?
Well, we remember the lyrics to our favorite rap songs, don't we? From back in the day.
Well, I think I only know, like, I wasn't really into rap music, but I liked house music. So house music is more musical than it is.
So listen, we got to talk offline. I was into garage. I don't know if you've heard of it.
Okay.
House and garage. So in UK, we have the UK house and garage scene.
Right.
It's turned into grime, and what's the other one that my brother was saying the other day? It's turned into grime, and now it's turned into some other part of the house. I can't remember which part of the house it is. I was heavily into funky house and garage. Yes, gal.
Yes. So I don't know a lot of rap songs, but the few that I know I do remember, but I didn't know a lot of rap songs, especially in college.
No, you remember Busta Rhymes' "Dangerous"? This is serious. We could make you delirious. Hey, you should have a healthy fear of us, because too much of us is dangerous. So dangerous. It's so dangerous. Do you remember that one?
I do now that you said it. See, children and adults like rap music, right? Like if you're sitting in a room and you're with a child, that's where the parent and the child can both dance. Somebody remembers the lyrics, somebody remembers the words, whatever it is. I mean, the
dance moves.
Yeah, music is very powerful in joining them. And is that what you were trying to do with the books also, is make sure that the children and the parents alike were having something to remember? Or
Absolutely. This book series is from I've positioned it for 2 to 6 year olds. And although I'm really good at teaching youngsters how to read, the words in those books were for the parent to read to the child. And then when the child gets more confident and they've learned their phonemes and their graphemes and all of that, then because that has been read to the child with the intonation, with the engagement, they can then read that book when they get to what we call the green series in Montessori on their own.
Yes. And you know what? And once again, you're empowering them because they can use the inflection wherever they want, right? They can emphasize whatever words they want, even though we're doing it as we just did, but you can add more emphasis and create it and craft it and make it your own, right?
Yes, absolutely. Yes.
I love it. You just have a phenomenal breadth of things that you are teaching and that you are just reinforcing, right? For parents, teachers, for children, whomever. I mean, I know when you write this, teachers and the kids are learning these lessons, teachers are probably like, thank you, Athea. Thank you for all you're doing. Yeah. Even though you don't get the thank you cards, they're probably saying it, right?
It's interesting because what happens is, and I've done this for a few schools, they ask for the book, and then I asked me to come in and do the assembly. And so what I end up giving the teachers after that is how to implement this book in your curriculum. So I find out the grade, I find out the curriculum of that grade, and then I infuse it in science, literacy, and maths. So that's a package that you can get from me. Like if you want to engage educationally with the book series, so that it merges with what your child is already learning.
So when you go in, are you going in solely to teach the kids, or are you also going in and teaching teachers as well? Like, do you have teacher workshops as well?
I'm developing those. I'm currently writing a whole volume that explores Montessori in a because she was already spiritual. Her task was, she saw the lens of a child through Christianity, amongst other things. And I'm working on a series that sees it through more of an African spirituality lens. That's then going to be the manual that the teachers will learn through. Yes, it's beautiful. It's absolutely stunning. So I have to take my time with that. And I'm going through 2 all the way through to 9. I do believe I'm going to come back at some point to talk about my new book series. Carlia and Kwesi and the Pout-Netaroo. So those are already out, but I'm going to be speaking about those at a future point, I believe. So yeah, do check out my I Know I Can book series on Instagram, on Amazon. I thought there was some technical difficulties. I was just sharing where to find my IG page. I Know I Can Books on IG.
Can you share it once again? Just in case?
Absolutely. So it would be at I Know I Can Books on Instagram.
I love it. I love it. So as I said, you're in so many different needed arenas. And I was looking at the whole thing about the bookshelf, and basically it's unique because it focuses on putting things in alphabetical order.
It does. Such a boring task. It's such a boring task at school. Oh, get your dictionary out. It's boring. So I tried to bring it to life. That was Kwesi and his dad. And they were in Kwesi's bedroom, I believe, sorting out his bookshelf after they've had a reading session. So they were reading other books, and then they go back up, and Dad's like, all right, cool. Well, this is how we do it. Again, it's all rhyming. And he takes A to O. Please don't quote me. He takes A to O, and Kwesi takes N to Z or something like that. And you know, it's just an introduction to, it doesn't go in depth, but if you read the story rhyming, it just gives you an introduction to how to organize alphabetically.
And make it more fun.
Yes.
Right.
Fun is the name of, listen, the work of children is play. That's it.
It is. If you embrace the moment, it really is.
It is.
Yes.
I don't understand where that went left for adults. And this is why I was talking about the intrinsic motivation. A lot of us have now, many of us have now decided on a life that gives us money, but not fulfill our purpose. And the joy in our purpose is still there, but there are limiting beliefs that stop us from plowing into the purpose. And then it's a lot to do with time management as well. It's not easy, but who told you it was going to be easy?
Right. Exactly. And even what you said in the beginning, when you stop following your dreams, when you start blending and just trying to fit in versus being your own unique, beautiful self. So some of that becomes a challenge.
It does. It can happen though. And I think that you bloom exponentially when you do follow your purpose. It becomes who you are. You have no choice but to talk about it wherever you go. So even if you are in a full-time job, which I currently am, I'm in the USA, I'm a 5th grade teacher. Hello, but there is a role for that, in my purpose currently. Do you know what I mean? Like, there's a reason why I am where I am. It's part of my destiny.
Well, I'm telling you, bless you, because I used to teach 5th grade, and I'm telling you, that's where the talkers are. So you are a saint.
Teaching 5th grade is really interesting because it prepares them for middle school. And my Poutnetta Roo Adventures, they were the first children to hear it. They were the ones who were telling me, nah, miss, you need to do that. Nah,
yeah. They will correct you in a minute. No holds bar. Like, if you're looking for transparency, the 5th graders, they are the talkers.
Yes.
So,
yeah. But I'm excited to come back and talk about that series because it is coming out. But yeah, I Know I Can is for 2 to 6 year olds and 10 in the series. And they're my babies.
And then we didn't even talk about laces. We didn't.
That was a difficult book. Girl, that was a difficult book to write.
Really?
Because it's easy to show how to tie laces. It's not easy to write how to tie laces. So I was like, help me out here. I did it. And I think I gave 2 different ways of tying laces.
You did.
Yes. And even the illustrations were really tricky. I'd say out of all of the books, that was the trickiest one to write. Because honestly, you'd rather sit a child down in front of you and say, you do this, and then you do this. But to actually put that in words was pretty tricky. And then to make it rhyme.
That's what I was going to say. Twice the challenge with the rhyming part. So, what inspired you to do something kind of off the grid like that then?
again, it's seeing how children at a young age are they just soak everything up. I promise you, good and bad. So why not focus on their environment and ensure that what it is you want for them, what it is you will as a parent, is in that environment. Okay, follow the child, see what they want as well, add that to the environment, be a model for your children, because they soak everything up. It's not what you're saying, it's what you're doing. They soak it all up. And so that was part of my it was my little piece that I'm offering the world, to say, look, here's some support in you doing that.
Beautiful. Beautiful.
You wanted to-
I love it. I love everything you're saying. So I was just wondering, so as our nation becomes more diverse, our world becomes more diverse, people are learning differently, people are, retaining things differently. Mm-hmm. I was wondering, your stories that you're writing, how do you envision this helping educators, teachers, parents, with kids who learn differently?
It's hands-on. I'm literally asking them to read a story to the child, and people are like, oh, when's the audiobook coming out? I don't know. I like the feel of a book. Sit down, make time to engage with the story, engage with the illustrations. They've even got coloring in pages at the end of them as well. But after that experience, going back to that realism point, you implement it in your real life. We're always going to want to pour a drink out. We're always going to want to bake. If it's a pie, if it's a cake, if it's whatever it is, we're always going to need to wash the dishes. Okay? Unless you've got a dishwasher. But again, my philosophy on that is, do the hands-on concrete before you move to the complex. Give the child the concrete experience before you move to what is easier. It helps them physically develop their motor skills, their confidence, and their independence. But going back to your point, yeah, the books are there as a starter to engage with reality. A starting point. Here's a story about washing the dishes. Let's read it. Oh, you know when mommy or when daddy washes the dishes? It looks like this, doesn't it? Yeah. Would you like to help me? Maybe you can dry the dishes, and then, maybe you can pour the soap into the dishes. Do you know what I mean? So it's a starting point for the entrance into realism, real life, practical life.
I love it. One last question. I think we're near the end of the time. I wanted to ask you, how did you know you were making a difference? How did you know your books, like, what was that point when you said, this is it? This is where I need to be. This is what I need to do. I'm moving forward with this.
I don't know. That's a really tricky question. How did I know when I was making a difference?
Or how did you know when this was your passion? At the first book, the second book, did you say, okay, this is where I want to keep going? Or
listen, I was in New York, girl. I believe it was.
I'm a New York girl too, so go ahead.
I had just finished. This is real true story. I had just finished a course on mixing, DJing. Yes, girl, I got it. I love music. So I started off with the records. The course was brilliant. Started off with the records, old school style, and then we went into CD, mixing with CD, and then we went into digital. So I know how to DJ as well. But it was after that I got home, I went to sleep, and first thing in the morning, about 4:00, host a party just came to me. And I have to have a notepad and pen beside I was writing. I wrote I actually wrote the chorus. I know I can do it. Please, can I help? I want to do it all by myself. And then I wrote host a party within 10 minutes. I'd say over 2 days, I wrote 20 stories. So I already have 20 stories. It's just that only 10 that are out because the illustrations take forever. And I'm moving on to when they're older, when Kwesi and Carly are older. So that came to me just like, woof. And then I believe when I was, sharing with the community, et cetera, and so forth, I was getting feedback from them. That's when I knew, actually, yeah, this is pretty good stuff. It's not just in my head. This is pretty good stuff, if I do say so myself.
That's right. That's right. Sometimes you just have to say so yourself.
Hello.
Yes. I love your energy. I love your personality. I know your fifth graders are just like, we want Miss Jarrett. We want Miss Jarrett.
They call me Miss DJ.
Oh, Miss DJ. Do they know that you DJ? Did you tell them? Yeah. Have you ever done it for them? Have they ever seen it?
No, I have traveling decks, like mini traveling decks, but I haven't done it. I should do. It's the end of the year, so I might just do that. We are currently writing a song, and they're recording it, and it's called Lullaby. It's all about balance, harmony, and embodying being my art. And so that's the gift I'm going to give to them for the end of this year. They're going to have that forever and ever now. They're going to be like, I remember when I was DJ, when I was rapping with Miss DJ.
We're going to see you on TikTok or Instagram or something doing this stuff to build the story. Yes. But until then, how can our guests reach you? Can you please share your contact information one more time? The most ways that they can reach you.
Absolutely. So my books can be purchased on Amazon and all major bookstores, I believe, the I Know I Can book series. What I would really like is the support on IG to kind of get the account bubbling up there. I think when I reach 1,000, I may show my face on IG. So the IG link is at I Know I Can Books. That is at I Know I Can Books. And you can also email me at educateourglobe@gmail.com. That is educateourglobe@gmail.com.
Simply beautiful. Well, Anthea, I just want to say thank you so much for taking time out to be a guest, a keynote speaker on the Black Business Network, for sharing all these amazing, life-changing stories and opportunities for families. So once again, just thank you. I want to say, my voice, I'm sorry. I want to say that genius.
There's some water, girl. Come, let's take a sip together.
Wait, don't even say that. I'm right here with you.
Cheers. Drink your water and mind your business.
Yes. You see, I got this big water, and I was just waiting for somebody for that moment in between. So I was trying to see if I could sneak in between speakers and give me a little drink of water.
Girl, stay hydrated, especially because it's summertime. It's coming up. I mean, over here it's really, really hot now. Girl, got to stay hydrated.
Yes. I'm in the DMV, so I get it.
Listen, we really are going to be best friends. I told you I'm in Virginia. Let's go.
Okay. I'm ready. Do you walk?
Let's go.
All right. So once again, I just want to say thank you so much for everything, Anthea. I'm glad you shared your contact information. I know our guests will be in touch with you because once again, this was a powerful, engaging interview. So I thank you again for everything. I just want to say to our listeners, guess what? Genius is common, and I'll see you on the other side. Thank you.
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina.
Join Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world.
all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina.
Join Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world.
Bravery is not the absence of fear, but the ability to overcome it. We stand for those who defy suppression, who speak out, and those who walk the road less traveled. Everyone deserves to be seen and their voices to be heard. We're sparking a movement, growing a community of creators united by the desire for freedom, choice, equity, and ownership. At Fanbase, it's all for one and one for all. We support each other to guide, promote, and uplift you in a place where you can unapologetically be yourself. A place where your voice, ideas, and creativity are not just welcomed, but celebrated. We are Black founded, minority funded, and supported by a diverse, inclusive, powerful community that believes in the strength of authenticity and individual choice. Regardless of success or background, we welcome you. The marginalized, the underappreciated, the successful, the superstar. We're for all who seek a space to express themselves freely, where they are rewarded for being their authentic, true self. We transcend labels because only we have the right to define ourselves. We are built for the brave, the culture, the creators, and for the future where everyone has a power to shape their own destiny, where all are empowered, voices are amplified, and freedom is embraced. For the first time, you have a chance to own the platform you helped make popular. It's a revolution, a movement in how we connect, create, and share. Everyone is a creator, and everyone has a fan base. Here, you can be you without limits.
I was born in a little village on the island of Haiti. Many deadly diseases pounded me. It is as if they were on a mission to end my existence on this earth. I refused to give up. In 1983, I left Haiti and came to the United States of America. And I came with $5, 2 shirts. I didn't speak any English. I came to Atlanta. I got a job. I was a doorman. I was a doorman with a dream. What I used to come on stage. I'd rehearse this moment that I'm standing in front of you. That's the power of a dream. Maybe today is the day you begin acting as if you already have it. And then step out with full force. Take a risk. No condition is permanent. Don't let your situation distract you. You are chosen. You are called. You are born for a purpose in this life.
You are a Black-owned business and you're looking for new ways to expand your reach. Or you're a creative and you have an amazing story that needs to be told, seen, and heard. Well, at Fayview Night TV, we're streaming the diverse and authentic narratives of Black American culture. At Fayview Night TV, you have access to product placement, feedback loops, promotional spotlights, and other ways to showcase your brand. And we have fans all around the world that can't wait to see what you're up to. So come to Fayview Night TV because we are showcasing the culture 24/7 with Black stories and Black storytellers. Subscribe to FayviewNightTV.com today. And for more information, email us at info@FayviewNightTV.com or call our hotline at 816-819-9939. Fayview Night TV, one of the largest platforms showcasing Black American content in the world.
I was born and raised in southeastern West Virginia, the coal fields. My father was an AME minister. For me, I was very fortunate. Even though I grew up in the segregated South, I was surrounded by flourishing Black businesses. Doctors, lawyers, bankers, dentists. They were all there and they were all successful. And I guess that's part of my dream, is to see that success come back. My name is Joseph Simmons, and I am the founder of the Center for Micro-Entrepreneurial Training. We have this moment in time where we can change the trajectory of people. And our focus is on women, Black and brown entrepreneurs, and their access to capital, their ability to build thriving businesses, the ability to employ people. There's a study that showed that in those 3 communities, especially Black and brown communities, $1 stays in those communities for 30 minutes. In white community, $1 stays in their communities for 8 hours. So think about it. For you in a black or brown community to get gas, to get food, to go to a restaurant, you've got to leave your community, take those dollars out of that community and take it to another community that's already being well served. So if we can reverse that, if we can go from 30 minutes to an hour to 2 hours, that's progress. That's what we need to do. I was with SCORE. And then in May of 2020, of course, the events happened in regards to the murder of George Floyd. The other thing that I was experiencing was the denials of federal funds for small businesses. And it revolved around one thing. These businesses were not being prepared for grants and for government programs. And I came up with the idea for the Center for Micro-Entrepreneurial based off those two things. Morgan Stanley had a report out in 2020, first quarter, and it talked about there were 3 groups that were massively devastated by COVID-19 on their business. That was 1, women, number 2, black, and number 3, brown entrepreneurs. The research showed that they had less cash on hand, they had less opportunity to go into a bank and get money, and they were very dependent on family and friends to keep their business up and running. If we can focus on those 3 groups, then we can have a dramatic impact on our communities. Really, the focus is on 3 areas. And those 3 areas are 1, the people, number 2, the courses, and number 3, a support network. Here at CMAT, we will provide you with the fundamentals for generational success. And you will be creating a vibrant community by attending our 5-day immersive training course.
Welcome to Intentionality with Dominique, the show that helps business owners become valued and in-demand suppliers in the marketplace to scale their businesses. Let's start today's show with host and intentional connector, Dominique Simpson-Milton.
My favorite question to ask, but what would you say is the difference between working in your business versus working on your business?
Oh my goodness, it's a mindset for sure. And prior to working with the council and working with you, I don't even know that I placed as much emphasis and importance on it. But now I understand the importance of working on the business, which is that business development, strategic planning, taking that 30,000 foot view, every 6 months and definitely at least once a year to find out what's working well, what's not, pivoting if there's a need to pivot, adding new verticals. Like that's working on the business. Working in the business is the day-to-day operations.
Right. Putting out fires in the day-to-day, responding to emails, that type of thing. And working on the business is setting a strategy based on, what's going on in your various industries. What are the trends, and making sure that you are doing the steps to stay in front of those trends.
As you grow and as you evolve, I'd say there are a couple of things to that. One is, if you are in the weeds every single day, and quite frankly, when you start a business, there's not a lot of, it's hard not to be, right? Because you're probably small when you start. There are probably not enough resources for the things that you have to do. That's normal. But as you grow and as you evolve, you start to understand that if your view is here, then you cannot gain the perspective to see all of the interrelationships and all of the opportunities and all of the strategic maneuvers that you should be doing in order to grow your business in step functions as opposed to incremental.
Well, working in the business is doing everything. You wear all the many hats. Working on the business is finding out what hat you like and then being able to put in processes, systems, people that will help complement your skills.
Chasing the dollars, trying to make sure payroll is done. You have enough work to cover payroll and $2 or $3 in your pocket. The next thing you know, year after year, you're in a rat race. You've never been trained to develop your business or to take it to another level.
As long as I can focus on where we are going, because no one else is doing that in the company, except for me. So if I can see, here's where we're going, and I need all 10 of y'all to come with me, then if we all do that together, then the business grows because everyone is focused on the thing they're supposed to be focused on.
Love that.
Yeah.
I think for a lot of business owners, particularly when you're just getting started, you're wearing multiple hats. I tell people all the time, I was always letter E, all of the above, when we used to fill in those multiple choice tests. And even now, I still do a lot, but what is really great is that Right now, I'm in Richmond. My team back in Raleigh is handling everything. I don't have to pick up the phone. I don't have to check that email because I know that they can take on whatever is being thrown at them.
Take time to slow down in order to speed up. Invest in CVM SDC developmental programs each year to grow your business. Working in equals maintaining. Working on equals growth. Visit cvmsdc.org for more information on our development programs. Email us at info@cvmsdc.org.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
Did you know that approximately 333.34 million businesses exist today, according to a report from 2021? And you may be one of those businesses, or maybe you're not in the business market yet, but you're aspiring to be a business owner. Well, guess what? You're in the right place at the right time. Because let's face it, everything is about timing and opportunity. Hi, my name is Dr. Lotus Richey, and I'm the CEO and founder of the Lotus Richey Coaching and Consulting LLC, along with the Lotus Richey Ignite Show. 15 minutes of success with Dr. Lotus Richey, as well as books to boom your business and bring who you are. And today, I want to bring this amazing message to you about the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics. See, the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics is designed to help people just like you, that's right, that look like me, to take their business to the next level. Not just in your front yard or your backyard, but globally. The Black Business Network and Black Business Olympics is designed not to just help you survive, but to help you thrive. So join us today as we come together with businesses all around the world to support our students, our children, our young teens, our young entrepreneurs. What we do is we come together to help raise funds for students who are aspiring to be business entrepreneurs, who are aspiring and who are thriving in college. We endow them with
Good day, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Kelly Jones. I'm your business moderator for this session of the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about business. We are with Twika P. Scarborough, is a Newark, New Jersey-based faith-driven entrepreneur, speaker, and coach dedicated to empowering professionals through virtual support. As the founder and CEO of Power Pro Assistants, she leads a dynamic virtual assistant firm that provides high-level administrative and operational support to executives and entrepreneurs. A single mother who built her business while working full-time. She exemplifies resilience, vision, and spiritual commitment. She also coaches aspiring virtual assistants to build sustainable income, helping them step confidently into entrepreneurship. Grounded in principles of faith, integrity, and service, her mission is to help others operate in their zone of genius by giving them the freedom to focus on what they do best. Miss Scarborough, are you here?
Yes, I am.
Welcome, welcome, welcome. How are you today?
I am doing great. And yourself?
Excellent. And may I ask, what part of Newark are you from?
Newark, New Jersey.
So I used to teach at Abington and Dr. Horton.
I'm a New Yorker. So
okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't know too much about New Jersey, even though I've been here for a while, but not born and raised here. Born and raised in New York, Bronx, New York.
Okay. All right. So whenever I hear Newark, New Jersey, my ears just kind of perk up like, okay. So I got a little excited over there, but welcome to the show.
Thank you.
You have done a lot of great things. This Power Pro Assistant, I'm amazed. Can you tell me a little bit about what inspired you to start this and how you got going with it?
Sure. Well, it was a path that actually I was trying to fight, a journey. I am a senior executive assistant. I still work a full-time job, but I thought about it. I said, you know what? I don't want to retire at 65. I want to retire early, but I want to start a new journey. So I started Power Pro Assistants 8 years ago because of the fact that I know that this was the purpose and the road that God wanted me on. So when I started this business, it was based off the skills that I have gained over 28 years working as a senior executive assistant, being a supervisor, doing multiple projects. And I wanted to bring this service to entrepreneurs, specifically nonprofits who are building and serving the community. So I know that my purpose is serving others. So I wanted to be the back end person or have a team that was making sure that we're doing the back end while they're focusing on the mission of the nonprofit. So not only do we serve nonprofits, we serve other small business owners as well. But that's our main support that we would like to continue to work with.
Powerful. I like that. I like that connection and the desire to give back and support. When you're talking about this, is your desire to give back a part of what was faith driven in the process?
Yes. So I grew up as a Christian, and I know that my kids is totally different from me. I was very quiet. So I wasn't the one that was forthgoing and out there and very social. So I learned more from my kids that are social and extroverts. And my son loved serving homeless people every time.
I'm sorry. Your son loved what?
Serving homeless people, like giving them money or giving them food, mommy, stuff like that. So we started going to nonprofits that served and was able to give food out to homeless people. So it was one nonprofit that was in our church, and we joined. The only thing is that because he was little, he couldn't go out and really serve, but he can pack the food and make the food for them. So with that, I knew that that was part of my story of serving others, other than just serving people technically, operationally, as an admin. But I know that that was part of my journey, and what I wanted to do was to serve others. I'm a giving person. I'm always giving. People's always saying that you give too much, but I give, and give because it makes me happy, and I don't expect anything in return.
Beautiful. Beautiful. Excuse me, sometimes people miss out on the blessing of giving, right? Just the opportunity to help someone, make someone better. And it's infectious. Like once you help someone else, then they help someone else. It just makes a more positive environment. And sometimes people miss out on that opportunity. So I thank you for all you're doing to serve others and serve the community and be an inspiration for your son, and leading and guiding him. So I thank you for what you're doing as far as building the next generation. And even in the selfless act of leaving full-time employment or going from full-time employment to entrepreneurship, that is a sacrifice. That is a huge sacrifice. What were some of the challenges, expected and unexpected, in that process?
Well, I still work my 9 to 5. I'm still working.
I still give you credit. You still get credit for taking on the journey. You get 2. I'm gonna call Santa Claus and tell him to give you 2 this year instead of just 1. But go ahead.
I'm not ready to leave my 9 to 5. This is where I learned a lot. Mentors, I had executives that would support me when I to encourage me to go back to school, put me into programs, put me into workshops and trainings. So from there, this is where I built my skill sets from. And this is how I moved those skill sets to building my own business. So that's the next journey when I do retire. When it's time for me to retire, this will be my full focus. But I do have an employee who takes care of everything while I am working my full-time job. So I'm not doing both while I'm working my job. So not only do I have that, I also have a nonprofit that I started, and that's helping virtual assistants and administrative assistants as well, empowering them and building a network for that as well, along with the coaching.
I love that insight that you just provided about staying connected to, your employer and those people who can help you along the way, because sometimes other people don't have access to that information if you leave that environment completely, right? So if you left that environment completely and just immersed yourself solely in the entrepreneurship, you might miss some nuggets, some golden nuggets that you could pass on to other people. So that's admirable. So I don't know, maybe I have to tell Santa Claus to give you 3 instead of 2. You're just racking up right now. So, but I know still with everything that you're doing and once again, being a role model and giving back and continue to work your 9 to 5, there had to be some tough business decisions on how to move forward. Since faith is a key component with regards to your life and your decision making, how would you say faith played a role in the tough decisions, the like I said, the unexpected decisions that you'd have to make with regards to moving your business forward?
One, praying is my my strategy. When I pray, this is where I put my strategic plan together. And once I start building out that plan and praying on it, I don't move forward until God aligns with what I already written out for myself for the business. So a lot of people say that, how you do it? I was like, it's nothing but God. It's nothing but faith, not moving ahead of him, but moving when he tells me to move. So this is how I'm able to do all the things I'm doing.
Isn't his timing perfect? I'm sorry, I just have to say this. Isn't his timing perfect though?
Oh, yes.
Sometimes when you think you can do it on your own and you're like, but I'm ready. But I'll, your will, if you say be quiet, I'll be quiet. But I know. And then you sit back and you're quiet and you're like, whoa, I wasn't ready. Like, I didn't know how much I wasn't ready, but yeah. So timing, as you said, making sure that you're aligned with his timing, like he sets the timing and you follow through. What else?
Timing, then also just speaking with my team. Not only do I pray with my team every Monday in our Slack channel. We have every Monday, we have our prayers. We pray for our team. We pray for our clients. And I meet with my director of operations every week. We speak every single day and we talk about some of the challenges. But the one thing that we do is every quarterly, we actually sit down and we have a VIP day, and usually it's on a Saturday, and we really talk out what worked and what didn't work, because we want to make sure that we're serving others and we're listening to what our clients are saying, and then also listening to our independent contractors as well. So it's not just one way, it's a two-way street. Like, is this client, are you working well with this client? What challenges are you having? So we have co-working hours. I try to stay connected with my team so that we are all connected, praying together, strategically planning things out. And I'm telling you, just prayer works. Prayer works, because even if you're going through some challenging times with a client, once I pray and then we get on that call, it all just fall into place. So all I can say is, but God.
Wow. Excellent. So when you are putting together everything, your leadership team, your process, etc., there are some unique characteristics that would make somebody call on Power Pro versus, other entities, etc. So if someone's going to call on Power Pro, what can they expect to receive? Like, what will make your virtual assistant program different from another virtual assistant program? Or, how would you define excellence? Tell me a little bit more about what sets you apart and makes you unique from the market or in the market.
I think I try to set myself apart from the word virtual assistant, even though I know that a lot of people is familiar with virtual assistant. But it's more of an agency where you are coming and connecting with executive administrative assistant, even though they're working virtually. You're paying for the hours that is needed in your business, but we're giving you that boutique services. You're still going to get the communication. You're still going to get your work done on time. And our motto is that you give us a deadline, we finish it way before the deadline so that you can check it. And if there's any tweaks or changes or revisions that we need to make, it's on time at that deadline, that is final. So with us, it's just giving them that service as if we're in the office with them, making them feel like you have an executive assistant. We're taking care of the back end of your business so that you can focus on your zone of genius, what you started this business, this vision for your business, so that you're not tied down to all the mundane tasks, admin tasks. Statistically, it's like when you are an entrepreneur, 40% of your time is spent on administrative tasks.
Whoa, wait. Say that number again. How much of your time?
40%. It's 40% of time, because there's so much details in every process that you're making. So you have to find out what part of that process that's taking up a lot of your time so that you can outsource that. It's even if you need to create a system where your assistant can just take care of the manual process while you're focusing, like, for example, as a coach, while you're focusing, you want more clients, you have to get yourself out of the back end of the work and start focusing on your clients and let us take care of the back end, the admin, sending the emails, making the phone calls and things like that for you, so that all you're doing is showing up for your calls.
Yeah. Explain to me. So what are the services that you would do? You said the emails, the calls, like tell me some of the other things that you would provide.
Okay. Operation support. So for example, one of our clients has a farm and she provides services to schools and organizations, or even personally, for pony rides, petting zoo. So what we did was we are working on the operations of her business from the time that we take the call to the time that we book them on a calendar, so that she can make sure that she gets the appropriate trucks, how many trucks for the events, to invoice. So we're just making sure that she's just focusing on her animals while we're taking care of all the operation of the business. So a lot of people get confused about administrative assistant, that administrative assistants are supposed to do everything. It's the admin tasks, but then also there's a difference. There is the operations as well. That's a different bucket. So now if I'm taking care of everything in your business, the operation of your business, that is operational support. And maybe like 30%, 20%, depending on your business or industry, may be the admin support.
So would that be like inclusive of like, I think you said billing, and would you even do like taxes or something along those lines?
Not admin, not for that bucket, not for that package. Now, as far as taxes or accounting, we do have someone who does accounting and bookkeeping.
But so when you say the buckets, tell me about the buckets. What are the buckets?
Okay, so you have the administrative assistance services, you have the operational, and then you have the marketing, which is the social media, landing pages, setting up your systems like Go High Level, any of the platforms that needs a system with workflows. And then you have the bookkeeping.
Wow. So somebody can come to you and they can pick out their own menu, right? They can say, I just want to do accounting and admin, or I just want to do marketing and such. So someone can come to you. Okay.
It's very customizable. So it falls into an elite package, whereas you can customize the services that you want. So we wanted to make it very flexible for our clients, where we're just not providing just one service, but we have a service where you can take certain hours for accounting, certain hours for admin, certain hours for operations. So you can have all 4 of those in one package and just divvy up between the hours that's going to be spent on it.
Wow. Now, do they get to meet the person that they're going to be working with? Like, is it a smorgasbord of people that they get to meet with, or, like a buffet of people that they get to choose from, or they just give you the service and then you put whoever is best suited for that particular service with them? So like, for instance, if we're talking about accounting, there might be like 5 accountants. Do they get to pick which accountant they want, or do they get the accountant that would be able to best service their business?
Well, we only have one accountant bookkeeper. We don't get that many services with bookkeepers. That's not our specialty, but we do have somebody because we have clients who ask for the service. So I know someone who does bookkeeping that would do the bookkeeping for the agency. Now, as far as the assistant, we interview their assistants and we match them up to the client. So this is where we have our interview with our clients, get to know them. They fill out the questionnaire. We ask them questions about their personality, the work style, and things like that. So we really go a little deep into getting to know them, and then match them up with an executive assistant with mostly the same personality, but also like maybe someone needs someone who's very detail oriented. So I know that I have a friend of mine who does the DISC assessment, where you take the personality test. I do that with my internal staff as well. We all took the workshop. It was a beautiful workshop, and it really opens up to see what bucket you fall under. So that is one of the things that we do so that we can match them up with our clients. Also, we have support. So another thing that set us apart is that you don't just get assigned one assistant. You have an assistant, and then you have a team in the back. So if someone have admin, operations, marketing, then we have specialized individuals in the support area that is doing those different buckets. And your executive assistant is the one who is your client manager that is managing everything. So he or she is speaking with the client, meeting them on a weekly basis, making sure that things are being allocated to the right team member to make sure those things are being taken care of.
Excellent. Excellent. With this whole process, I was just wondering, you said you also have, you mentioned those areas, but you also have a coaching and empowerment component.
Oh, yes. That's on a separate business. I do have a business called She Asked, She Sought. So
Wait. Say it again. She what?
She asked, she sought, so she knocked. That is my coaching business where I coach virtual assistants.
Okay.
So go ahead.
So a company could say, hey, look, I may not need an assistant, but I might need assistance with my assistant. Or is it someone who wants to apply for wants to apply for a job?
No, under that, coaching business is I'm actually coaching them to be a virtual assistant.
Okay.
So start their business, help them start and launch their virtual assistant business.
Okay. And what are you finding with that? Is there a lot of demand for the virtual assistants right now?
Oh my God, yes. Everybody wants to be a virtual assistant. But not everybody can be, because you need to have the skill sets. And this is where, under my coaching, I identify if this is something that you really want. I'm someone, a lot of people say that, oh, you got in the business for the money, but I really got in the business because I really care. And I know that I had some bad experiences hiring coaches and spending thousands of dollars and didn't get anything from it, or didn't get the help that I needed as a new entrepreneur. And I'm a single mom, so I'm very careful with my dollars. So just by those experiences, I took those experiences and then wanted to help others. When you're trying to find somebody to help you, and every time it's like, you got to pay me for it. I created a group where I can assist others. And this is where I groomed them to get to know who I am, my backstory, shared my experiences. And this is how they connected with me, through the experiences, whether it was faith-based, whether if they was a grandmother like me, or whatever it is, they connected with me with any part of that story. That is how I was able to draw them into working with me. So with working with me, I find out if this is something that they really want. What is their zone of genius? What is it that you really love, right? And then not only that, finding out if this is something that you want to do, these are the things that you have to do in order for you to be an entrepreneur. And you had some people that was very appreciative of that, to let them know ahead of time what was in this program, what are they getting themselves into, so that they can make a good decision on whether they really want to move forward. And I had some people that said, you know what, this is not for me. I will stick to the 9 to 5 because this is too much responsibility. And then you have those that say, you know what, I really want to go for it and I want to do it. This is what I wanted to do. I love to do. I've been thinking about this for a long time. And then we move forward and we have coach. So I do have a coaching group as well to help women.
Tell me a little. I'm sorry. Tell me a little bit about the character strengths that you see in the people who want to do it, who want to move forward. So if somebody's listening to this interview and they're like, I or my daughter or my friend or whatever was interested in becoming a virtual assistant, and you say, like, the virtual assistants who I've seen be very successful with it have these characteristics, they may see that in their friend or their daughter or whomever and say, hey, look, you know what? Yeah, this sounds like it's in line with what you were talking about, or what's something you can look into. What are some of the key consistent characteristics you see in the individuals who become successful virtual assistants?
Mm-hmm. One is organization. The second thing is communication, able to communicate. Customer service is huge. And then having the technical skills, because to be an entrepreneur, you do have to know all the technical aspect of it. And some of the people that came to me didn't know anything about being a virtual assistant, the tools, or what entrepreneurs use. And they was like, you know what, I want to learn because this is something that I'm interested in. So if you're someone who wants, I would say, I don't like saying freedom, but the flexibility of making your own hours, and working with entrepreneurs one-on-one, then this is something for you.
And how does this, sorry, keep going.
Mm-hmm. And then also, if you're able to work with multiple personalities.
Right, because if you're virtual, so are these virtual assistant positions long-term, or for a day, or for a week, or for a month, or excuse me 1 second.
No, it's a business.
I'm sorry, I have to drink a little bit. No, but what I'm saying is, are they with a client for a week, or do they have multiple clients? Do they go back and forth?
Oh yes, they have multiple clients, multiple industries, or it could be a specific niche. Like, for example, one of my clients, she started as in just offering administrative assistant as a virtual assistant, and then she found her niche. And what her niche was, working with authors and also creating journals for them.
Wow.
So that was her niche, and that's where she switched from being a virtual assistant to now she's an author herself. She wrote so many books. She even created my journal as well. And sometimes it's just like being an administrative assistant. You okay?
I don't know what it is, but drink a little bit more.
Allergies.
Sorry. Oh my God.
Yeah. So it's just like being a administrative assistant, someone who's working for an employee, and you want to use administrative as a stepping stone to get where you are. So maybe I want to get into IT, so I'm an admin in IT, so I can learn the language and learn the things that I need to know in IT. So the only way that you're going to know what your niche is by working as a virtual assistant, working with different industries, whether it be for a coach, a mindset coach, whether it be for a marketer, whether it be from a digital marketer, whatever industry there is. We work with multiple industries. We worked with trucking industries. I never thought that I would learn. I mean, it's just so interesting learning the different industries and how they differ from other businesses as well. So one, is fun. Two, it's never boring because you're always learning something new every time you are working with clients. Like one of our clients that owns a farm, and she gets the services for the petting zoo and stuff. We never imagined that we'll be working with someone who provide those services, but we learned a lot from that industry. Not only that, it also builds our customer service skills because one of our client managers have to be on the phone all the time. So just being able to communicate with the customers, with our client customers, and provide that service, it puts us in the forefront, whereas we are representing your business. And we want to give you the best service possible by representing your business. Just as much as I love my business, when I'm working with somebody, I love their business just as much as I love mine. And that's how virtual assistants should be working. It should be their passion. And we find that a lot get into it because it's easy, it's flexible, or they think that they can make a lot of money. But I always say that you're really going to be the best of the best if you know that this is your passion and this is where you need to be or you want to be.
Excellent. What I was going to ask is if you could kindly share your contact information with listeners so that they can figure out how to contact you if they're interested in becoming a virtual assistant or receiving a coach. Or can you tell me once again what those services are that you provide and then provide your contact information?
Right, awesome. So for Power Pro Assistants, you can contact us at hello@powerproassistants.com. We are on social media at Power Pro Assist on all platforms. If you want to get coaching or training, I actually encourage everyone to join my nonprofit, which is called the Virtual Assistant and Administrative Empowerment Network, where you can get into a free membership and get all the training and webinars and resources that you need to get started as a virtual assistant or
Now, you never said it was free before.
Oh, this is the nonprofit that is free.
Okay. And what does it take to be a part of, what does it take to be a part of that nonprofit?
I have VAEN network and VAAEN network. I'm on TikTok and I'm on Instagram and Facebook and LinkedIn.
No. I mean, what are the qualifications? Like, does somebody have to fit into a certain bucket in order to receive the free service?
Either you're a virtual assistant or administrative professional. So it's 2 memberships for aspiring or new virtual assistants, or aspiring administrative assistants, or if someone who wants to grow within the administrative professional profession.
So basically anyone can get this service for free.
Oh, yes, anyone.
Okay.
Anyone who wants to get into that industry.
I wanted to make sure that was clear, because sometimes, there's a stipulation. You have to do this, you have to be this, etc.
Oh, no.
So I want to make sure.
Nope, anyone.
Okay, excellent. And those are the main ways that individuals can contact you, our listeners can contact you.
Yes.
Okay, excellent. Well, is Tikwa? Am I correct?
Yes, it is Tikwa.
Tikwa, I just want to say thank you so much for being a guest on the Black Business Network. I've learned a lot about virtual assistants and the different services that you provide. Was there an email address or phone number or anything also as far as people being able to contact you?
Yeah, it's hello@powerproassistance.com.
Okay. So we've learned a lot, and we've learned how to contact you. So I want to say thank you so much for everything. I want to say that genius is common, and I will see you on the other side.
Thank you for having me.
How many times have you been asked to help someone you didn't even know, a student, a business entrepreneur, or did you ever even ask, where did they end up? That business, that friend, that entrepreneur. Well, just maybe they ended up in a gang, bankrupt, homeless, or worse, dead. Maybe they turned to crime, drugs, and alcohol. Did you ever wonder? Did you destroy their dream, or was your life always so easy? At the Black Business Olympics, we started a movement to help students complete. Give them hope and foster success. Help them to leave their dreams of providing laptops, computers, and up to $5,000 in scholarship funds. Today, we ask you to help a student, a business owner, or an entrepreneur to realize their dream by sponsoring them, supporting them, and buying from them. Consider this. With $1.6 trillion in our Black community, we only ask for a small donation for our students, our businesses, and our entrepreneurs. And you can change a life today. So I ask you, what are you going to do? Sit on the sideline and watch our students in high school be leaders, miss out on their dream from lack of resources? Or are you going to donate to the movement and change their future and yours as well? Give us a call today at 919-308-9090. Change their life by investing with action to the Black Business Olympic Fund. The Black Business Olympics, one of the largest business showcases of Black business in the history of the world.
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina.
Join Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world.
Hello, I am Dr. Eric Kelly III, the visionary strategist and founder of the Black Business Olympics. I invite you to showcase your Black-owned businesses on the Black Business Network global stage. The Black Business Olympics is a global Black Business Network platform that propels Black-owned businesses into the international spotlight. By showcasing your business on the Black Business Olympics platform, you can reach a worldwide audience of potential customers, partners, and investors. You can also establish yourself as a thought leader, an expert in your field, attract lucrative partnerships, and more speaking engagements. In addition, the Black Business Olympics platform provides a valuable opportunity to connect and collaborate with like-minded entrepreneurs and business professionals from around the world. This can lead to new business opportunities, ideas, and relationships. Finally, by sharing your story and expertise on the Black Business Olympics platform, you can inspire and empower others. This is a powerful way to make a positive impact on the world and leave a lasting legacy. If you are a Black-owned business owner, I encourage you to seize the opportunity to showcase your business on the Black Business Olympics platform. It is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to make an indelible mark on the world. Be one of the 1,000 visionary entrepreneurs who are changing students' lives, shaping industries, and leaving an unforgettable legacy for their families. Unleash your voice on our global stage and watch your business thrive. Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. Yes, the entire world. Just give me a call today at 919-308-9090.
Hey everyone, it's Grant McGaw, CEO of 5-Star BDM and host of the award-winning Follow the Brand podcast and TV series, where I help you to build a 5-star brand that people will follow. My genius is personal brand development through intelligent communication and helping you achieve your business and career goals. I am a requested speaker on digital technology and brand development issues. I want to work with you to increase the value of your current opportunities while attracting new ones. Every one of you is unique, and we all share challenges that can be addressed through smart branding. As a super connector, I work with you as an executive coach to guide you along the complicated business and career development road, providing the enhancement tools and information you need to succeed. Together, I will help you succeed in today's challenging business climate. I will evaluate and measure your progress. Best of all, I am right alongside you every step of the way. Build the brand called you. Genius is coming.
Sometimes you got to hear the news from the Black perspective, and more specifically, Black publishers. And that's exactly why you have to download the Hey Tie app, the largest mobile app delivering breaking news, videos, and podcasts from 200 of your favorite Black publishers. Yes, 200 Black publishers delivering news as it happens, literally all in one app. Go to hayti.com or download the app in the Google Play Store or Apple App Store. It's completely free, along with information that you can trust, so go check them out.
Social media is evolving. It's more vibrant, more colorful, more energetic, and so are you. It's not just photos anymore. It's video, it's audio, it's subscriptions. And now there's Fanbase, a new monetized social network. Fanbase delivers the complete native app experience with full content monetization for every user. No algorithms that shadow ban your engagement or growth, and no ads. Follow anyone for free and subscribe directly to your favorite creators for $4.99 a month. Plus, show some love by tipping on any post. Also, make a Fanbase page and monetize your content the same way. Finally, connect with your followers by posting the amazing content you already create. And now, get paid for it. It's time to energize and monetize, because everyone's a fan of something and everyone has a fan base.
Did you know that approximately 333.34 million businesses exist today, according to a report from 2021? And you may be one of those businesses, or maybe you're not in the business market yet, but you're aspiring to be a business owner. Well, guess what? You're in the right place at the right time. Because let's face it, everything is about timing and opportunity. Hi, my name is Dr. Lotus Richey, and I'm the CEO and founder of the Lotus Richey Coaching and Consulting LLC, along with the Lotus Richey Ignite Show. 15 minutes of success with Dr. Lotus Richey, as well as books to boom your business and bring who you are. And today, I want to bring this amazing message to you about the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics. See, the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympic is designed to help people just like you, that's right, that look like me, to take their business to the next level. Not just in your front yard or your backyard, but globally. The Black Business Network and Black Business Olympics is designed not to just help you survive, but to help you thrive. So join us today as we come together with businesses all around the world to support our students, our children, our young teens, our young entrepreneurs. What we do is we come together to help raise funds for students who are aspiring to be business entrepreneurs, who are aspiring and who are thriving in college. We endow them with a wonderful opportunity to gain scholarship of either a laptop or several thousands of dollars. And we invite you to help be a contributor to this amazing opportunity to help someone that looks just like you. So join us today at our website and let us connect with you and help you ignite and take flight in every area of your life on the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics. I'll see you on the other side.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
Are you a forward-thinking entrepreneur or business owner? The world is changing faster than ever, and it's time to pivot and adapt to the future. Hello LLC is here to help you do just that. Hello stands for helping enterprises leverage leading-edge optimizations. Our innovative solutions can streamline operations, reduce overhead costs, and give you a competitive edge in a market projected to reach $5 trillion by 2030. By pivoting to the metaverse, businesses can tap into a rapidly growing market that is projected to be a significant part of daily life for 25% of Americans by 2026. As a full digital metaverse agency, the Hello LLC can help you create custom solutions to streamline operations, increase productivity, reduce costs, and drive brand recognition. Why should you pivot to the metaverse with the Hello LLC? By leveraging cutting-edge technology, you can provide immersive experiences for your customers, expand your global reach, and unlock new revenue streams. Contact us today to make the pivot.
On my day, my name is Cordelia Gaffar, the Ultimate Joy Goddess. I'm a best-selling author, multi-award-winning speaker, and host of the Free to Be Show podcast, for which I've also won 2 awards. I've created 2 unique processes. Invite women to nurture yourself. I use the word self-nurturing, not self-care, because there is a distinction. When you nurture yourself, you are caring for every single in your body and every single choice you make. Remember, your life is full of breaths and heartbeats, and that is all you have. So choose wisely and choose well. And until tomorrow, be free.
At 5-Star BDM, we don't just... At 5-Star BDM, we don't... Welcome to the Follow the Brand e-commerce store. Welcome to the Follow the Brand e-commerce. At 5-Star BDM, we don't just elevate brand.
Hey everyone.
Welcome at 5-Star BDM. Welcome to the Follow the Brand e-commerce store where style meets quality. Dive into a world of exclusive apparel and unique designs. Whether you're looking for a statement piece or a casual tee, we've got something for everyone. Explore our diverse collection featuring brand t-shirts and custom designs. From the impactful Lead with Impact Vision to Victory series to personalized creations, our store offers a wide array of options. Discover courses and more, all designed to elevate your brand experience. At Follow the Brand, quality is our promise. Our products are crafted with the finest materials, ensuring durability and comfort. Plus, we offer the best deals to our customers, making premium fashion accessible to all. Enjoy secure payment methods for a seamless shopping experience. Our featured products include the Follow the Brand podcast t-shirt, available for just $19.99. For those seeking something special, explore our cover art t-shirts, showcasing designs by Grant McGaw and 5-Star BDM and more, each priced at $89.99. Available in sizes small to extra large, these tees are perfect for any wardrobe. Don't miss our limited time offer on the special edition t-shirt. Featuring the 5-Star BDM logo on the back and your favorite guest picture on the front, this exclusive piece is now available at a 20% discount. Shop now and make it yours. Enjoy worldwide shipping, bringing our high-quality products to your doorstep no matter where you are. With the best offers and secure payment options, shopping at Follow the Brand is not just convenient, it's a pleasure.
I was born and raised in southeastern West Virginia, the coal fields. My father was an AME minister. For me, I was very fortunate. Even though I grew up in the segregated South, I was surrounded by flourishing Black businesses, doctors, lawyers, bankers, dentists. They were all there and they were all successful. And I guess that's part of my dream, is to see that success come back. My name is Joseph Simmons, and I am the founder of the Center for Micro-Entrepreneurial Training. We have this moment in time where we can change the trajectory of people. And our focus is on women, Black and brown entrepreneurs, and their access to capital, their ability to build thriving businesses, the ability to employ people. There's a study that showed that in those three communities, especially Black and brown communities, $1 stays in those communities for 30 minutes. In white community, $1 stays in their communities for 8 hours. So think about it. For you in a Black or brown community to get gas, to get food, to go to a restaurant, you've got to leave your community, take those dollars out of that community and take it to another community that's already being well served. So if we can reverse that, if we can go from 30 minutes to an hour to 2 hours, that's progress. That's what we need to do. I was with SCORE. And then in May of 2020, of course, the events happened in regards to the murder of George Floyd. The other thing that I was experiencing was the denials of federal funds for small businesses. And it revolved around one thing. These businesses were not being prepared for grants and for government programs. And I came up with the idea for the Center for Micro-Entrepreneurial based off those two things. Morgan Stanley had a report out in 2020, first quarter, and it talked about there were 3 groups that were massively devastated by COVID-19 on their business. That was 1, women, number 2, Black, and number 3, brown entrepreneurs. The research showed that they had less cash on hand, they had less opportunity to go into a bank and get money, and they were very dependent on family and friends to keep their business up and running. If we can focus on those 3 groups, then we can have a dramatic impact on our communities. Really, the focus is on 3 areas. And those 3 areas are 1, the people, number 2, the courses, and number 3, a support network. Here at CMAT, we will provide you with the fundamentals for generational success. And you will be creating a vibrant community by attending our 5-day immersive training course.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
Good morning, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, entrepreneurs, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Grant McGaugh, CEO of 5-Star BDM and host of the Follow Brand podcast and TV series. And I am your business moderator for this morning on the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. And we have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about business. And today, I will be your speaker this morning. And I want you to ask yourself, when was the last time you spoke up in a high-stakes moment? What happened? Did people lean in or did they tune out? Today, we're talking about executive presence, that invisible quality that makes people stop and listen when you speak. I've interviewed hundreds of executives, and I have noticed something very fascinating. The most powerful leaders don't just have titles, they have something else. And today, I'm sharing their blueprint for executive presence so you can command any room that you enter into. So let's first start with the definition. What is executive presence? Executive presence isn't about power. It is about trust, confidence, and communication. And here's the good news. You don't need a C-suite title to build it, such as Dr. Kimberly Long, CEO of California Nurse Leaders. She told me something that changed my whole perspective. She said, the moment you try to prove your power is the moment you lose it. Now, let me give you an example. During a high-stakes hospital merger, emotions were running high in the boardroom. And instead of raising her voice, Dr. Long did something surprising. She lowered her voice. She spoke slower than usual. And within minutes, the room leaned in to listen. This is the power of controlled communication. When you slow down and lower your voice, people instinctively focus on you. So here's an action step. In your next 3 meetings, speak 10% slower and 20% quieter when making key points, and watch what happens. But what if you don't have authority yet? Can you still build presence? Absolutely. Let me tell you about Denzel Ross. Today, Denzel is the president of Indiana University Health South Central, but 6 years ago, he was an IT specialist, stuck in middle management. And here's what he did differently. He identified pain points nobody was addressing. not just tech issues, but communication gaps. He documented everything, not just the wins, but lessons learned. And he mastered the 2-minute summary because leaders don't have time for long explanations. But here's the game changer. After every project, he sent recognition emails highlighting his team's contributions. He became known as someone who lifted others up, and people wanted to work with him. That's how you build allies, even before you have authority. So what separates great leaders from the rest? Dr. Green, CEO of University of Florida Health Jacksonville, told me about his communication matrix. Imagine you are in a room with a chief financial officer, a nurse, and a corporate board member. Can you explain one idea in a way that speaks to all three of them? Patrick uses a 3-step formula. 1, you start with impact. Why should they care? 2, follow with insight. What's the key takeaway? And 3, end with action. What happens next? Instead of saying, we need to upgrade our systems, he says, we can save 50 lives this year by investing in this technology, and here's how. That's executive presence, the ability to translate complexity into clarity. So let's talk about the 3 common mistakes and how we can fix them. Now, mistake number 1 is reactivity in tough moments. And the fix here is just take a slow sip of water before responding. This forces you to pause and regain control. And number 2, over-explaining. What's the fix here? You understand, instead of defending every detail, say, here's the headline first. I can dive deeper if you would like. And mistake number 3 is imposter syndrome. Even Dr. Long still gets nervous before board meetings. But instead of doubting herself, she prepares more thoroughly. And that nervousness we all get in the center of our stomach, it's not your enemy, it's your energy. You use it. Trust is the currency of leadership, and communication is how you build or break it. And Patrick Green, he has translated complex medical data into simple, powerful insights. Again, instead of saying we need to improve patient outcomes, he says this initiative will reduce readmissions by 18%, saving $2 million annually, and here's how. Now, let me share a rising leader story. Maya Chen, who is an analytics manager, she transformed her career using the 3-minute data story. And that is 1 clear statement, 1 key trend, and 1 recommended action. Now her whole department uses the same format. So what is your key action step? In your next presentation, use Maya's formula, which is insight, trend, action. This is going to help you to balance authority and make you more approachable in your meetings. And this is one of the biggest challenge for leaders, especially introverts. And we have a simple framework around that as well. You want to set boundaries, but with warmth. Instead of saying, I don't have time for this, say, I'd love to help. Let's schedule time tomorrow at 2 p.m. Show vulnerability with purpose. Instead of saying, I have all the answers, say, I've struggled with this too. Here's what worked for me. The goal isn't to be everyone's friend, but it is to be everyone's ally. Influence isn't about position. It's about adding value before anyone asks for it. And then one of the best strategies is the preview principle. Now, for individual contributors, you want to share project updates early. You want to ask for input before decisions are final. And if you're a manager, you want to preview big ideas with key stakeholders first. You want to build cross-department relationships. And why does this work? Because people support what they help create. Remember that. And the ultimate test of executive presence is your impact. Your impact continues when you're not in the room. And for early career professionals, remember this. You want to get your ideas to get quoted in meetings. And if you're mid-career leaders, you want your approaches to become team standards. And if you're a senior leader, you want your values to shape the company culture. And you don't need a title to start building executive presence. You can start today, right now, in your next meeting, with your next decision, through your next conversation. And I want you to remember these things that I've shared. Executive presence isn't about, but it is about progression. And I want you to choose some of these techniques. I want you to practice it for at least 30 days. That way it becomes a part of you. You want to see what documents that work for you or which way to present that's going to actually elevate you, and share your story. Go ahead and share your story with me. Send me an email. Send me an email at grant.mcgaw@5starbdm. Your presence isn't built in a day, but it's built every day if you know how to start. So I've given you some very actionable tips, things that will help you to move the needle forward. In my own experience, I've been in executive meetings for over 25 years talking about major investments in technology. When you have deals on the table that are 6 and 7 figures, it is not just one person's decision usually. It's going to be a committee. And you've got to know how to talk to everyone's concerns, everyone's ideas, everyone's way of looking at things and how it's going to impact them. And I have found a lot of times in a sales process, and if you're an entrepreneur, like a lot of you are here listening to me, is that it's not about your product or service that's most important on the table. It is about how you enable the key stakeholders to move their agenda forward. And if you can begin to craft your communication in a way that actually mirrors that understanding, that actually speaks directly to that, it's an enablement of the strategy, an enablement of the initiative. You get what they call gravitas. They gravitate to you. They understand you because you are helping them to achieve the goal they have set out to accomplish, whether it's within the quarter, within the year, the next 3 years. And you need to ask that important question. If you don't know, make sure you ask, what is your vision for your particular team, your department, your company, your enterprise? You need to understand that first is what is the goal. Then you can have presence when you speak to that particular goal and how you're enabling them to achieve it in the future with your particular product and service. How many times have you been in a meeting, presentation, And I'll tell you, maybe 90 of 100 start like this when they start out. Everybody sits down, there's a little meet and greet, little interaction, introductions, but then the PowerPoint slide will come up, and the first thing they start telling you is the company story. The company story. Who's interested at that time, if you're a key stakeholder, you're the chief nursing officer, the chief legal officer, the chief financial, the CEO, the board of directors of a major corporation, or just a small business unit, whatever it may be, the first thing you start talking about is you. They're not interested in you at that point. They might be a little interested because you're in the room, but that's not why they're there. They're there to accomplish their goal. They're there to find out if you can help them to accomplish that. So why start with your company story? Start with theirs. Does that make sense? Start with their story. So demonstrate that you understand their current state. Demonstrate that you understand their competitive landscape. You understand the challenge that they are facing right now and have data to back it up. Everything I talked about earlier starts coming into play as you slow down and you begin to articulate the vision for them. You first help them to understand that you understand where they sit and the problem that they face. Here's your Mount Everest. You are at the foothill of this mountain. And I am here to help you to scale this particular mountain and reach your goal or even exceed it. The next point is you demonstrate or you narrate how you've done it before for someone else. It's one thing to say, I can take you to the moon and back. But if you say, I took an entire team of individuals from XYZ company who was doing only $100,000 in business to over $10 million within 5 to 6 years of continuous work with me in my business, and that's how we achieved 100,000% of increase. They'll be like, I don't know how you did that. That's just a fictitious statement. However, when you're in a room of this gravitas, you need to bring real data, real success stories, real case studies. Talk about them at that point, right? So we're now into like almost the middle of the conversation. Typically, we start talking about the company, but it's not so much how many employees you have, how many years you've been in business. They don't care about that. It's nice to know. At some point, they can do the research. Anybody can Google that and find that stuff out. Speak to the elephant in the room. What they really want to know is, can you solve this problem? Can you demonstrate that you've done it before? And are you capable of doing it for us? And how you would then detail out a strategy that is going to blueprint your success story for them. Executive presence. Because then you establish trust. Trust is just not given. Trust is earned. And you earn trust. One thing I've learned in business, small wins. Small, quick wins. Small, quick wins will get you to the next level. You don't always have to have a home run right out the bat because it's not always possible. But if I can get you to first base, I can get you a hit, and I'm there at first base, and I'm poised to get to second base. People are like, you know what? I'll invest a little bit in that. I think I'll put a bet on that. He gets to second base. And then you get to second and third, maybe you make it all the way home, and you score. You score a win. But that is because you have trust. You have their belief, and you have their confidence. You want to be able to transfer the confidence in you to the confidence in the people in the room that you're dealing with over time. Executive presence is earned. It's not given. And it's earned every single day. Someone said, Success is earned every day, and the rent is due every single day, right? What have you done for me lately? Becomes very, very relevant, especially in corporate settings. Start looking, do your research on corporate executives, and you'll find the average tenure is 3 to 5 years. There's not a lot of time to get started, inject your agenda, have the transformation that they're looking for. That's why they hired you in the first place, and then maintain momentum. It's hard to do. So when you get into a room that you're able to affect change, and you're able to bring their vision to life, understand that they have a short window. They might have a lot of money. They don't have a lot of time. If you can speak to that component of time and then money, you get them to listen to you. Then now they're paying attention, because if you can meet their timeline and deliver financial value, they're going to listen to you. If you can then deliver cultural value of what they want to accomplish with their internal teams, they're going to listen to you, right? And you can demonstrate that success, and that you've got a track record of that kind of success over and over again, they're going to listen to you. That is called brand building. That's brand ethics. That's brand equity. You have built this up. It's the same in executive presence. You begin to have an executive presence in the form of brand equity of yourself. As you walk into that room, and then you have immediate gravitas, right? I always use sports analogies a lot, because if you're last year's Super Bowl winner, guess what? Every game that you go into that next season, they always mention that. Well, they won the Super Bowl last year, or they won the Super Bowl 2 times in a row, like the current, or even they potentially can win it 3 times in a row. That's gravitas, right? That is a historical history of success that you constantly bring to the table. So you got to look at yourself. What Super Bowls have you won in your life? What are your signature accomplishments that you have that you can lead with, that people can then discover about you? It's very evident. This is why I always lead with personal branding and business development, because personal branding tells the story ahead of you. If you look me up right now, like, who's this guy? What's he talking? Grant McGaw. Put it in your Google search. I pretty much know exactly what it's going to tell you. It's going to tell you exactly what I told Google to tell everybody about me. And I will tell you about, these different awards you see behind me, how they were earned, how I got them. So when I then walk into the room, I already have a certain amount of executive presence. I now just have to make it real. Like, wow, he's as good as the trailer. That's why Hollywood always puts out a trailer, right? And then you go see the movie, like, wow, it's either, and you kind of judge it based on that, right? Like, was that as good as the trailer, or was that better? So, oh my God, that was better. Sometimes the trailer is like, nah, the movie didn't deliver. No. But sometimes it's just a blockbuster, right? It's just way more. You want to be the blockbuster. You use your personal brand, your digital presence, to be the video trailer for you going into any meeting. And then when you get to that meeting, you blow it out the water. You come with all the data. You come with the statistics. You know the trends. You know the topics. You know that company and those individuals better than they know themselves. You will have confidence. You will have a tone of confidence. You will have embedded gravitas. When you leave that meeting, this is the other half of personal branding. It's the before I just talked about, when they kind of look you up, do some search, they do some social, they find out a little bit about you. That's the video trailer. Now you've delivered the movie. Then what happens after you deliver the movie? Everybody knows this, right? You get a review. You get your 5-star review, and they will have their opinion. Man, has that blown up in the last 5-10 years, where on social media, if people have a bad experience and they blow you up and they tell the whole world, their whole network, how good or bad this experience was, and how companies and brands are paying attention to that. Like, oh, well, we can't have that negative press going out there. You've got to understand your public relations and the perception you have in the court of public opinion. So you need to control the review. So when you leave the room, your brand stays. And when those executives and those key stakeholders and those decision makers begin to talk about the proposal that you've laid on the table, you want to be able to understand exactly pretty much what's in that thought process, what the feelings are, right? You want to know you already know what their concerns will potentially be, and they're going to begin talking about that, right? So you don't want them to go like, yeah, they didn't understand exactly. We're trying to achieve X in X amount of time, but they were way over here on Y. You don't want that, right? A lot of times deals fail not on price. I'm going to say that again. Most of the time, deals fail not on price. They fail on misalignment of value. Deals fail on misalignment of values. And if you have not addressed the values of your key stakeholders, the people that will adopt your product or service that you are presenting, you will lose. I think there's a stat out there now that it's probably higher than this, 50% of most deals fail because of status quo. Many people just don't make a decision at all. They just stay what they have. There's not a much of a compelling return on investment for them to say, you know what, I'm going to go ahead and purchase that or buy this, to take a risk here. They may not, right? Status quo, you need to speak to that. Sometimes, a lot of times in corporate America or in the corporate world or just business to business transactions, that the business or the seller is more concerned with values that are not in the value of the mind of the buyer. That misalignment is very, very real. You're trying to compel someone to do something that they don't find valuable. You got to first understand, is that truly valuable to them? And once you have discerned that, and it's truly valuable, that it's not as they say, a vitamin for them, like, that's a nice to have, it's good to have, but it's actually a pain that they have. It's a painkiller. Now, let me tell you something. This just happened in the world of artificial intelligence, right? Everybody's been on this open AI, ChatGPT wave. And then you had Bard that came out. You had Gemini that came out. You have Claude that came out. You have Grok, right, that's out there. And then the Chinese upstart, 2 years old, comes out with DeepSeek. It changes the whole value chain of what's real and what can happen. The value now changed. So if you went in to the next meeting now talking about something that's no longer as relevant as it was the next day because you didn't have current information, you lose credibility and you lose presence. It's important to understand current trends and where there are and where the mind at the current state of your stakeholders are, because things change rapidly. And remember what I said earlier, you have a short window of time to present value to those key stakeholders because they have a short window of time. And if you truly understand what they value, like self-preservation, it's important. They need that win. They invest 5 figures in you, 6 figures, 7 figures in you. You better believe it's a big gamble. They want to know every step of the way that you are developing or delivering that particular scope of return that they bought into. So I wanted you to understand this about executive president, because at the end of the day, it's about business performance. And it's about personal integrity and how you get your message across to create the types of opportunities that's going to propel your business forward. So understanding those key ways of communication that's so important. Understanding your body language and how people are perceiving you, right? And what you're projecting. They say, I think it's something like 50 or even more percent of what a person really hears is nonverbal. Confidence is visible. Most people don't realize that, right? So if you feel uncertain, whether you say it, I'm uncertain about this, it's just the way you look about it, the way your mannerisms are portraying it. You don't want to be in that meeting where one of the stakeholders says something that you should know, it's in your zone of genius, and then you can't respond confidently. This starts to get into that world of imposter syndrome. Like, oh my God, they've discovered that I'm an imposter, right? You want to mitigate that as much as possible. People told me this so much, and this is why I get confident about speaking. I can even speak impromptu on certain things. It's because, let's just say you had an hour to speak. If you have 1 hour to speak, that means you have about 1,000 hours of content that you can speak about. If you had to speak for 1 hour in your particular zone of genius, in my world is personal branding and business development, I have at least over 1,000 hours of content that I can speak to. But in my case, in that particular world, I have over 50,000 hours of experience that I can speak to. My entire repertoire of 25 years of business development since the 2000s comes into play. It's my whole playbook, right? It's not a lot someone's going to bring into a discussion that I may not know about. It might not have to be the latest and greatest, but I can speak to everything underneath that, right? Speak to everything, what the implications can be in the future, because I've seen it. You know, what things they start out as new, they go through a life cycle, they go through a hype cycle, and then they go through a cycle where they're no longer relevant, right? Think of metaverse, right? Still a great product, really. Maybe before its time, but it'll get there, right? But being able to speak to your zone of genius with your entire self and your entire experience. You don't speak about things just from, I just read this on the internet, so I've got maybe 10, 30 minutes of talk time, and I'm going to deliver a speech on it. Speak from in my case, my 50,000 hours of experience. That is what I do. That's what I want to continue to do. And I want to bring value to you. And I want to thank you for having me on the Black Business Expo this morning. And I want to remind everybody the mission of the Black Business Expo, which is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college or K through 12 entrepreneurs. And this expo is a fundraiser for students. And you may go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund, or use the Cash App that is on the screen below. That is $BBXUSA. And our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students. And students, you can register online at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. Every dollar counts. So we want to remind you to donate to the scholarship fund. And we want to thank our Black Business Expo USA sponsors for January 2025. They include NC100, Moody Capital Partners, Suede Soul, Lotus Rocher Coaching and Training, Carolina, Virginia Minority Supplier Development Council, Step Management, the Hello LLC, Barbara H. Smith LLC, Margie McLean Foundation Incorporated, Genius is Common, Earth Essentials, 5-Star BDM, Milani Shining Global, Executive Women's Success Institute, Quality Coaching Company, Superwoman Business Services, Creative Force Studios, Lee Entertainment, Artistic App Design, Black Business Expo USA, Genius is Coming, and I will see you on the other side.
Follow the Brand TV broadcast host, Grant McGaugh, as he visits with top executives and entrepreneurs to find out their secrets of success with their personal brand. Follow the Brand TV broadcast host as he focuses on brand development to build better relationships, bring value to your business, relationships, and career. You will enjoy listening to each episode that is tailored to speak to you directly. If you're looking for this type of clarity in terms of building your brand, you have tuned into the right station. Each episode will help you to shape a conversation in the 5-star BDM network of 20,000 professionals and become a springboard for your corporate engagement and business opportunities. Each guest will frame their story in the areas of personal branding, business development, career development, financial empowerment, and technology innovation. Grant McGaugh explains why he is the CEO and owner of his own professional career. Grant is an accomplished business leader and entrepreneur who wants to give back to individuals to grow their personal brand strategy. Tune in as he weaves his story about new possibilities, while to you exceed expectations. If you love storytelling, this show will make for fun.
Every speaker has a moment where their words can spark inspiration, drive change, and transform lives. But what happens after the applause fades? With 5-star BDM, your voice doesn't have to fade. We transform your live session into a professional ebook. Imagine your session becoming a permanent, interactive asset, reaching new audiences across the globe. Like Grant McGaugh and Dr. Eric Kelly III, whose session on the Mindset Revolution continues to inspire thousands through their custom ebook. Your ideas can become a lasting impact. Turn your session into an ebook that not only tells your story, but expands your reach, builds your brand, and engages your audience. With embedded videos, custom graphics, and a stunning flipbook or PDF format, your message will inspire long after the event is over. And for a limited time only during the Black Business Olympics, get your custom ebook today. This is your chance to transform your message into something truly unforgettable at an unbeatable price. Your package includes a professionally designed ebook, a flipbook or PDF, embedded video of your session, and custom graphics. Everything you need to showcase your message in a way that lasts. With 5-star BDM, your session becomes more than a moment. It becomes an opportunity for growth, greater visibility, and lasting impact. See your influence multiply as your message reaches new clients, partnerships, and platforms. Ready to turn your ideas into a global movement? Visit 5starbdm.com to secure your custom ebook today. Your audience is ready to listen.
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black business. I am Black business. Tell me, are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black business.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina.
Join Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black business. I am Black business. Tell me, are you Black business? Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world.
The African company and the African CEO is making a conscious decision to bring on someone external to the continent versus bringing on someone who is from Ghana or Kenya or South Africa. And so the skill sets of the people that we take through our executive leadership training program and ultimately on the placement, obviously have to be extremely high caliber. So what we look for are corporate executives at the vice president to C-suite level, as well as Black entrepreneurs. When we look at the Black corporate executives, we're looking for some very specific skill sets, whether that be around supply chain, sales and marketing, engineering, product development. We want our folks to be able to add immediate value to the corporate board, right? And the other thing is, even if they don't necessarily have specific industry experience, they're bringing a diversity of thought.
I'm Ramon Ray, founder of Smart Hustle Magazine and smallbiztechnology.com.
Can we learn? For me, success comes from failure. One thing not to do is shake somebody's hand like this.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
Why do I do what I do? You know, my life coach asked me that a few years ago. And she said, Tony, what's your why? And I told her, and she said, girl, you've already accomplished that. Perhaps you need a new why.
Hi, Tony Harris, Amy Hoydu with Say It Said Marketing, one of your students. And just wanted to say thank you, Tony Harris, for spending so much time with me and giving me that boost in my business that I so drastically needed.
My why is to touch, move, and inspire my clients to take drastic steps to be better than they were before they met me. I'm a resource. I'm a connector. I want to help people build deeper relationships that are beneficial to their life and business. That's what I do best.
So, first thing you got to do is show up. And speaking is a way to magnetically attract your ideal client to you. How many of you use social media that way? Absolutely, and this is how you look to the world. Drastic steps are the steps that are needed to be successful. And my business is drastic denotes a mindset. Getting out of your comfort zone. Doing something that you don't necessarily feel comfortable doing, want to do, but you know it's a necessary step to be successful in your business.
I get the most satisfaction when I see my connections flourishing into relationships long after I am gone.
Hi, my name is Jasmine Augustine with Media Jasmine, and I've joined several networking and referral groups in the area. And Network in Action Northeast Houston with Tony Harris Taylor is one of the best organizations that I've joined.
I love that piece of what I do, and it is what fuels my fire. My name is Tony Harris Taylor, saying take a drastic step today for a fantastic tomorrow.
Sometimes you got to hear the news from the Black perspective, and more specifically, Black publishers. And that's exactly why you have to download the HeyTie app, the largest mobile app delivering breaking news, videos, and podcasts from 200 of your favorite Black publishers. Yes, 200 Black publishers delivering news as it happens, literally all in one app. Go to HAYTI.com or download the app in the Google Play Store or Apple App Store. It's completely free, along with information that you can trust, so go check them out.
I am from Washington, D.C., but I was raised in Durham, North Carolina. I came to Durham when I was about 5 or 6, and then I traveled back and forth to D.C. because it's where my people are from. One of the unique things about my family is my mother, she's also an artist. She does quilting, and she does a lot of artistic things. And then my son, he draws with both hands, his right hand and his left hand like I do. So that's kind of a family trait. And then my other son, he's a videographer, and my daughter, she works She's a regional vice president for Sunglass Lab. When you start out drawing and sketching, you want to continue to explore, each avenue. I do pastels, I do pen and ink, I do painting, I do acrylics. I haven't done oils yet, but I try to do all facets of art. What I say to a lot of times to people is, you can't put yourself in a box when you're an artist. You have to explore. And over the course of my life, I've tried to explore different mediums. I also do sculpture as well. I choose my subjects by the intensity that they have in their faces or the intensity that somebody is moving, because I do more than portrait drawings. I also do I do abstract, and then I do figurative drawing also. Well, what happened in this particular show is that I started out trying to come up with something that would be a little bit different than what everybody else is doing. So I was working on a Barack Obama show, and they wanted me to do some paintings of Barack. And so what I did was, because of the deadlines, I kind of did it kind of fast. And then I realized when I was doing it fast, I enjoyed it. And so then I started doing other pieces the same way, and I started to enjoy those pieces also. And so I came up with this particular style, and it's a style of lines and colors. And what's interesting is that when I was in college, I did a show called Lines, Colors, and I talked about the boldness of the blacks, the hotness of the whites, and this is how this has come about, later on in my life. And the colors comes from a lot of the entertainers that I work with, where they wear different colors. They don't wear, your plain reds or your whites. They wear different colors, and so that's also another piece of what's giving me the colors. The subtitle of this show is Faces That Speak Life. That's real critical. Faces that speak life. Each one of these pieces is a life source and a life energy that's being put on display for people that are looking at them. I always say in terms of my art, it's not important that I draw them. It's important what you get out of what I draw. I don't try to just draw it because you like it. People wanted me to do prints. I didn't do prints. People asked me to do different people, but the people that I choose are people that make a difference in the lives of people in the world. So the human landscape idea was, again, as I say, the lines represent your emotions, it represents your ideas, and it represents your journey as a human being. And that's why you get the different pieces and the different looks. And as you notice, I try not to do one look that looks alike another look. And that's what's the most important part of this show.
Welcome to Follow the Brand, where we turn leaders into legends. I'm Grant McGaw, CEO of 5-Star BDM. Today, we're not just talking about executive presence, we're going to transform yours. Executive presence isn't about power, it's about trust. And here's the good news. You can build it at any level. Let's dive into how you can command any room you enter. Dr. Kimberly Long, CEO of California Nurse Leaders, shared a profound insight. The moment you try to prove your power is the moment you lose it. Executive presence is about building trust and authority without force. It's about creating an environment where people lean in to listen. You can achieve this by being authentic and consistent in your communication and actions. Consider Dr. Long during a hospital merger. She lowered her voice instead of raising it, and the room leaned in. Similarly, Sarah Chen, a project manager, used this technique in meetings. Within 3 months, her team began to emulate her style. Denzel Ross, now president of IU Health South Central, built his presence by identifying communication gaps and lifting others up. These examples show how presence spreads through subtle yet powerful actions. Your action step. In your next 3 meetings, try speaking 10% slower and 20% quieter. Watch what happens. For team leads, start delegating key responsibilities. Managers should use meetings as learning labs. Directors build cross-functional bridges. The key shift? Stop being the answer person. Start being the question person. This approach fosters growth and empowers others. Patrick Green, CEO of UF Health Jacksonville, uses a communication matrix to simplify complex ideas. His 3-step formula: start with impact, follow with insight, end with action. For example, instead of saying, "We need to upgrade our systems," he says, "We can save 50 lives this year by investing in this technology. Here's how." This clarity builds influence and trust. 3 common mistakes: reactivity, over-explaining, and imposter syndrome. When challenged, take a slow sip of water to respond thoughtfully. Instead of defending every detail, offer a headline first. Dr. Long still gets nervous before board meetings but prepares thoroughly. Remember, nervousness is energy. Executive presence isn't a destination, it's a practice. Start where you are, use what you have, and build from there.
When you deliver on your promise and you have the result you were looking for, and everybody in the room is like, wow, this is what we're talking about.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
Good morning, good morning, good morning, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations, and welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Grant McGaugh. I am the CEO of 5-Star BDM and host of the Follow Brand podcast and TV series, and I am your business moderator for this morning on the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. And we have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about business. And it is my honor to introduce a visionary entrepreneur dedicated to bridging the digital divide, Torrance Mack. As the founder and CEO of TDM Technologies International LLC, Torrance has made it his mission to empower seniors through technology education. Working closely with Medicare Advantage companies, he ensures older adults can confidently navigate today's digital world. His dedication earned him a prestigious $25,000 enhancement grant from the Coalition of Back to Black Business, co-sponsored by American Express. He's also a finalist for the Entrepreneur of Impact Award, with the opportunity to be mentored by Damon John of Shark Tank. With TDM Tech operating in 50 countries across Florida and 4 counties across Florida and 4 additional states, Torrance is an exclusive and connected society that he's created. So let's make a warm welcome to Torrance Mack on the Black Business Network. How you doing, Torrance?
Good morning. How are you today, Grant?
I am wonderful, man. I love the accolades. I love what you're doing. You got to tell us more about Torrance Mack.
Oh, wow. That's a long story. I don't think we have enough time, but I'll specialize on the tech side. I had a government contract in Maryland for a short period of time, and the IT department, and I ended up moving back to Palm Beach, Florida. And I was working, I believe at that time, City Hall in Palm Beach County, you know, pretty much a dead end type of job. And I went to a Best Buy store and I saw a senior who I call seasoned individual. She was beating up her smartphone, having some difficulty. I took it upon myself to go outside and sit at a park bench and help her out about 30 minutes. And she said, "Oh my gosh, you're amazing. You should do this as a business." And me having an extensive entrepreneur background with my family, my grandfather was a nightclub owner over 70 years. And my father, he's an accounting, he's had an accounting firm for over 50 years. He's 91 and he's still working. So that just gives you an idea. An entrepreneur's light bulb went off in my head. And I decided to put an ad in the Palm Beach Post. I'm thinking about 1,000 people are going to call me. However, one lady called me, but the lady owned 20 condominiums. So I started helping all of her friends. And at one point, our first class had 100 people show up, and I knew I had something. But I heard you speak on some of your other sessions, and you say the rent has to still be paid. So I had to find a way to get paid. And someone pulled my coattails and told me that Medicare Advantage companies would be delighted to sponsor my events because that gives them more marketability to sell their services. So I started out working with Humana as well as WellCare, Florida Blue Cross Blue Shield, and the rest is history, as they say. So I'm in 50 counties in Florida and 4 additional states, and I have a rotating schedule with about 10 staff. On a good week, we do about 50 classes a week, and we cover everything as it relates to technology, of course, starting with the smartphone, which gives them the most fit, dealing with the Androids as well as iPhones, teaching them basic knowledge. Then we get into the cloud. And actually now we're actually focusing on AI, which is something that you didn't think that the senior community would be excited about, but they're overwhelmed with it. So we always have to develop new curriculums based on those type of structures of the demands that they expect and the things that they want. We also teach them about smart TVs, which is another big problem as well.
And I love that. And what you said is so important. And I don't know what they classify as a senior anymore. You know, I think it was at 55 plus, 62, 67, 70. People are living, you know, it's not uncommon to find out somebody that's a centennial, right? Under up to 100 years old. So they still have to operate in this society. And we have a very technological society. So in order for you to operate in that society, you've got to be somewhat technically savvy to a certain degree. What do you find is the common challenge or problem that these seniors are having that they need you to come in and help them?
Wow. Okay. Once again, we don't have enough time for all of that, but okay. So a lot of it is just basic functionality. They all know how to make a phone call. I think that's pretty obvious to them. The things that they aren't aware that can assist them, however, would be their digital voice assistants. We're talking about the Siri's on the iPhone or the OK and Hey Google on the Android. Those things open up a whole different revolution to them because they didn't know it could turn on their flashlight. It can also find contacts, call people on speakerphone, open up apps for them. Also, one of the common things I always say on my classes with the iPhone user, before you get out your car, you ask Siri to remember where you parked. And Siri will remember exactly where you are. So when you forget where you park, you open up your phone, you press the Maps app, and it will take you directly back to your car. Texting is always a common thing as well, because I tell them that's the only way they can speak to their kids and grandkids, by texting, because they won't answer calls. So you have to know how to text them. You need to know the text abbreviations, the BRBs, the LOLs, the ROFL, MBO. So, of course, if they go to Google, they could find out what they mean. And of course, the emojis, over 10,000 emojis. So they can go to Emoji Encyclopedia and learn. You know, you're empowering yourself. I always ask them, how does it feel if you have this little device in your hand and you can't do it and you have to call your kids to ask you how to do that? And they say it makes them feel dumb. I said, well, my job is to make you feel empowered so you don't have to call them. You'll know what the name of your phone is. You need to know how much storage capacity you have. You need to know how much cloud space you have and what version of the operating system you have. So that's some of the newest things that we teach them. Also, how to use QR codes. Those are just essential things. So those things, once they get through that and they understand that, it's smooth sailing from there. So that's pretty much the issues that they do have.
I got a confession, Torrance. I I just learned some things from you. I didn't even know. Like, what? I could tell my phone where I parked, and then so I want to be embarrassed when I go back out in the parking lot. No, I think you might have, because we buy these devices. And I just had a conversation with someone just Tuesday about what we call a cell phone. This device here. It's not. It's more than a phone, right? It's a digital device, is what it is. It's a small mobile computer. It can do a lot of different things. It's, when you say it's smart, it's highly intelligent. And you talk about AI for what it can do within its sphere to help you. Man, I'm thinking, wow, I didn't even think about that. Torrance, you mean I've been lost so many times, I could have just said, hey. I think that is wonderful to know that. Now, going back to what I said earlier, what is classified as a senior in your mind?
Well, generally, the old senior is what, 55. Well, 55 plus communities. We deal with a lot of those, but it's really like 62 years old, they say. But once you're saying the age is, there's a lot of people I know 70 years old. You would think they're 50 because they're so mobile, they're active, their brain is functioning, and they know how to do a lot of different things. So the reason why I say seniors is because when we're dealing with senior communities, they're 55 plus communities, 65 plus communities. We deal with adult living facilities, independent living. And so those are generally the areas that we focus. Then, of course, we have the Medicare, which is the other side of things, with all the Medicare Advantage companies, and they're pushing Medicare. We know that Medicare starts, and those are things that is my demographic, primarily that age group, but also the Medicare companies, the Comcast, the other companies that need to present their products to the senior community. And that is really my target audience. People ask me, who's your target audience? Of course, it's the seniors to teach them, but also it's these companies, because these companies need access to those seniors. And a lot of them can't get into these senior communities. So they ride my coattails to get in there, but that's fine with me because, you're paying for it, obviously, but you'll get your few minutes of me time. But my objective is to empower the seniors. It's not a sales pitch to push Medicare. So if you're sponsoring my event, you get about 3 minutes to speak, and that's it. Everything else is focused on empowering. Now, I can give the Medicare Advantage some branding. If I'm teaching about how to search the internet in my PowerPoint curriculum, I can easily put that particular Medicare Advantage company on the screen. Okay, so let's look up Humana. Let's look up Blue Cross Blue Shield. So that would give them some branding. And the paper and the curriculums that we give them copies to take home to retain, it does have all of that branding in it for them as well. So there's a lot of opportunity for them.
I like that. And here's my question. There's a lot of business owners are tuning in right now. And one of their biggest problems is how do they get in front of their ideal client? And you seem to have solved that. I mean, you gave us that story, how you started. You're working for the county. You helped a elderly individual to operate their phone and said, hey, why don't you start? And then it sparked you. And then you started on that journey. It didn't start out right away, but all of a sudden you got that one client that actually expanded your client base, and then it kind of grew from there. How are you getting in front of your ideal audience?
It's a twofold approach. Ideally, I do use AI quite a bit often as well for marketing. And they put me in different communities, of course, finding the communities, finding the lifestyle director, sending them the emails or touching base with them to do virtual sessions. Once I get you on a virtual meeting, you're sold, because what I'm pushing out to you is something that every senior community needs. And obviously on the Medicare side, they pass me around, oh, Torrance is this, and that's how it develops and it grows and it grows. And I always make this example. Let's just say, for example, a Medicare Advantage company, they probably have maybe 20,000 agents in a state. Okay, so if they pass it around to everyone, I have a multitude of opportunity, because you go from one county, the next city, the next state. It's fairly easy there at that particular juncture. Of course, I use a social media platform, which works immensely as well. And it's been a long journey, but I'm there, and I'm still pushing, and I'm trying to get in all of the states in the Southeast. I'm working on Texas now, as well as North Carolina, South Carolina, and just keep going, until I get to all of my states. And then I'll sit back and say that I've done something good.
I love it, man. You're scaling, you're understanding the formula, you've got momentum, and you're this proof is in the pudding, right? All right. So you've got a lot of great results, and I love what you're doing. I want you to talk to the audience about you've been awarded scholarships, grants, different things. And so that's a twofold question. First of all, did you nominate yourself? Did someone nominate you? Did they find you on their own? Because these are good things. And I want more of our audience to have an opportunity to participate in these kinds of programs so that you can expand your reach.
Okay, great. So with both of those particular contests, they usually put it out there on the internet or post it, say, join this contest. And of course, they have a selection committee. Once they get selection committee that gets out the people that they're not interested in, then they give you the opportunity, particularly with the Back to Black Businesses grant. Of course, there were thousands of companies that submitted their application, and then they broke it down to 324 people. The 324 people received the $5,000 grant. But there was the enhancement grant of $25,000. After we did a series of trainings, they determined that there were 10 of us that were eligible to get the $25,000. And I guess the brand and the services that I provide was a great thing for them to consider me, and I'm very grateful for that, of course. And it's just unbelievable, the rise. You have no idea how hard it has been to get there. And some of the stories I can tell you, you would believe because you're in business, but some of the things that I tell people, they say, you did that. And sometimes you just have to do what you have to do to get there. And it's always a push to be more successful every day. It's always you can never be satisfied. You have to be humble and be willing to fight to get whatever you want to get. And, it's really not easy, but I love it. I love the challenge.
Yeah, it is a challenge. And I'm glad you brought that up about the journey. I like the analogy around, I call the iceberg effect. When people see what you're doing, they say, oh, Terrence Mackey is very, very successful. They're seeing just the tip of the iceberg. You didn't see that other 70% of the entire iceberg underneath the water that supported you along that whole journey of finally first getting to the surface, breaking ground, becoming, positive in what you're doing, positive cash flow, all the different things that you've had to do, the learning that you have, because the transition from a W-2 employee to then running your own business, especially a successful business, is a major shift in mindset and what you have to learn around finance, around taxes, around other legalities, about other things that you're like, oh, wow, I didn't know about that. And then you learn sometimes on the fly as you get through this. So I applaud you for doing that. Now, right now, you just reached out to me about another program that you're a part of, that you're gathering some momentum around. Tell us more about that.
Okay, well, that is the Entrepreneur of Impact grant. It's out there. I think a lot of people have heard about it, but basically you submit your information about your business and you're selected in a group of individuals. They just had the first cut last evening, down to the top 20, and I think it's like 10 groups, but I was number one in my group. So I'm still keeping the momentum on, and I want to keep it on. I don't want to get below number one. I just want to be there all the way to the end. So I'm working diligently. I'm dealing with my contacts. I have a loyal, seasoned community following. A lot of them follow me, and they support me all the time, and I love all of them. So I'm always touching base with them because I can definitely guarantee their vote every day, which is great. And I probably have another 15 to 20,000 people I need to contact. And I'll be doing that now since I'm in the second round, and it's very strategic, and I love it. It's just it's something that you just can't explain. My dad is an enthusiast of jazz music. He loves jazz, and when he talks about it, just say it's something that gets in your bones that you just can't explain. And that's how I feel about this business. It just feels so good.
I feel good about it. You know, one of your fan club just popped up on in the chat world of Go T-Mac. You know, you got a very loyal fan base out there. I want to ask you this, because you know you've done a lot of trainings and you say you did a lot of classes, like 50 a week. That's a pretty good clip. Do those your loyal customers, are they aware of all these different programs and awards that you've gotten because of what you do?
Oh yeah, I put out some of the things and let them know what's going on. And then when I want them to vote for me, of course, I put it up the QR code. That's like one of the main things I'm teaching them now. So every class we do, we're practicing the QR code to make sure they remember how to do it, because it's so prevalent in this day and age, and it's always something new. If it's not my digital business card, it's my website they're scanning, or it's voting for me and the entrepreneur impact. So I'm always making it visual to them and keeping them in the know, whether I'm going to Pensacola doing a class, Jacksonville, Tallahassee, Georgia, Louisiana, Alabama, Mississippi, which I'm everywhere. I'm always pushing that to them so they know what's going on. And I also have a YouTube channel that shows my journeys. I have a van that I drive around with in other states and things, and I sleep in the van, which cuts back on travel costs. So I'm doing little journeys, and it's on my YouTube page, so they'll see me driving to Louisiana, Mississippi, or Alabama, so they can always stand and know where I'm at every location, and they really enjoy that. And I'm surprised how many people let me know, oh, I saw you on YouTube. You're in Louisiana this week. Buckle up. It's cold there. You know, it's you can't understand it. It feels so good, you know.
You got to, but before I ask you another question, you got to tell us how to vote for you in this Entrepreneur of Impact. What's going on now? How do we do that?
Okay, so there's a multitude of different ways. One way, you can go to the entrepreneurofimpact.org/Torrance-Mac to vote for me there. Or you can go to my website. I have the link on my website, which is www.tdmtechpc.com. That's another way to vote for me. Also on my Facebook page, I have the TDM Technologies International LLC Facebook page. You go there, and I have it on there as well. So there's a multitude of ways to reach out, or you can text me, and I can even text you the link. My number is 561-344-5188. Send me a text, and I can provide the link to you, and I will appreciate your vote.
I will definitely vote. You got my vote for sure, and I'm sure the Black Business Network, we all are cheering you on because you stand for exactly what we are all about. We are about promoting Black business. Now, I'm going to tell a story about how we met, right? Yes. We met at Project 12 was actually going to be occurring tomorrow, February 1st, for Black History Month. And they celebrate Black men in the community that are making a difference. I was part of a cohort of 12 people in the Miami-Dade, Broward County area. There was another 12 in the Palm Beach area. And this was respectively the 10-year anniversary in Palm Beach and the 5-year anniversary in Miami-Dade, Broward. And here I meet Torrance-Mac, and we get together, and he gets to telling me like, hey, I do technology for seniors. Of course, we got to have a conversation around that. And I was just so honored. He just reached out to me again about this particular program. And I'm like, yeah, man, we gotta stay in touch. And would you like to be on the Black Business Network? And here you are. This is how we continue to pay it forward of what we're doing. I want you to tell the audience about your Project 12 experience and what that meant for you.
Oh, first of all, it was an honor. I was so surprised to be nominated. And, you know, we all do our work in the trenches and do hard work and commit to everything. But when someone takes the step to honor you in something of that fashion, first of all, it was amazing. Shanitria is such an amazing young lady. I know I don't tell her enough, but she's a phenomenal young lady. And the experience was phenomenal. It was first class. No doubt about it. We had a lot of constituents from all over Florida at the event. It was a great spread, of course, with the food was phenomenal. And just the honor to be honored in front of all of those people was just so amazing. And it's something that I would want any young Black male that's in business to be nominated for, to have the opportunity to be honored in that particular fashion, without a doubt.
Without question, this is how you create collaborations across many different industries. Other people, we understand now that relationships is key. Relationship fuels your business. If you don't have the right relationships, it's not going to go very far. I don't care how much marketing you do, how much different networking you do. You must create relationships. It's not about how many followers, how many connections. It's about relationships. People you can actually pick up the phone, talk to, have conversations about understanding what they're doing, what their perspectives are, and how you can add value to them. So when I had this conversation with Torrance just the other day, he's like, hey, you know what? Let's pay it forward. Let's bring it to another level. Here we are right now. This is great. I want to ask this other question because I'm curious about the devices that you help elderly people. Now I'm in that category, right? So I can.
But wait a minute, you got to stop with the elderly. Say seasoned individual, okay?
Seasoned. I'm a seasoned individual. All right. I've been on the Barbie a long time, but but it's okay. And someone told me I got here. It's always good to say. Some people cannot say that. So you can say I'm here. I got here. I have a lot to give. But here's the deal. The devices that you train people on, there's so many new devices, so many things. So you help them with cell phone devices, whether it's Android or whether it's Apple. Are you helping them with others like tablets and PCs and other devices that talking to your Alexa that you got hanging up in your home now, that kind of stuff?
We cover all the devices, but we start with the smartphone. We start because that's the one in their purse or the one in their pocket, the one that their kids give them, and want to track them and everything. So we start with that, but of course we go into the iPads, Samsung tablets as well. As far as computers, we do that as well. Windows, PC, and Mac, Chromebooks as well. We cover it all, but really the one that everyone wants the most initially is the smartphone. That's where it starts. We also do online safety and scams to make sure they know how to to determine what a scam or a phishing incident could potentially be. And I told you about the AI. We talk about the emailing and the smart devices, of course, with the smart refrigerators. Also, I have a couple of clients that have smart refrigerators. I do home visits for them. As well as smart TVs, the Amazon Alexas, the Google Homes, the Ring camera, which is another thing. I've done some installations on the Ring cameras for people. Also the Ring lights and everything. So it's everything. Anything that has to do with tech, we deal with it. They can call us and ask for insight. We schedule home visits if the particular subject that we're talking about in that particular class is different than what they want. We do home visits as well. Sometimes our audience is as big as 350 people, sometimes as small as 20, 15, and the sizes vary. I've been to a couple of churches that do classes, and I had about 350 people in the audience. And after that, they have the opportunity with the open mic to ask questions, and I would stay an hour after for any personal questions. So, you could really be at a particular place a whole day with some of these communities, and these people have all these different questions.
Now, is it easier for you to deliver the classes in person as opposed to online, or do you do hybrid as well?
We do offer a few hybrid. Unfortunately, when COVID was out, we had to change our whole structure to fully online, and it took a little while. Quite a few of our sponsors pulled out because they didn't think that it would be beneficial. But then when I started getting groups of 100 and 200 people on Zoom, they had to come back at that time. But obviously, the in-person is always the most effective. But when we're doing one-on-one sessions, I do log on with them with Zoom, have them share their computer screen, then I can fix and assist things for them in that particular regard. But we prefer in person. I just think there's something special about being able to talk to somebody face to face, and then actually let them show you what's going on with them. And they just like the personal touch. They really do. And a lot of them actually do need that. They do need that. Like some places we go once a week. When we go there, they look forward to us being there every week. And some of them just need that. It really means a lot to a lot of the seasoned community to have that.
Help me understand like the pricing structure that you have. And it sounds like, so you'll do one-on-one, you'll do small groups, like maybe 10, but then you'll do large groups up to 300. Just talk to me about your pricing structure and how you deliver that kind of service.
Okay, well, a lot of it has to do with our provider. Once again, if we're dealing with a Humana or something like that, so they would set out, say, okay, we have a meeting towards the end of the year about our annual pricing structure for the next year. They say, okay, Torrance, we want you for 50 classes in 2025. And then we come to that particular price point and we just put it out there. They pay their annual fee. And when they structure and they pick the locations, the numbers have nothing to do with me. If they structured a class at a Centerwell in Louisiana and they've already paid for that and one person shows up, that has nothing to do with me. That's all about their marketing plan. But at the same time, if they've done a good job, you could easily have about 50 to 100 people there. So the numbers mean nothing in regards to the pricing component. The size of the class means nothing at this particular point in regards to that. Now, the home visits are something of a more personal nature. So obviously with the home visits, that's something that the seasoned individual has to pay. Medicare is not going to pay for any home visits yet. At some point, I would like to become a Medicare, become somebody, a Medicare billing agent, which would be great if I can do that at some point to bill for technology services for seniors. But right now it's directly with the agents and with corporate.
Okay. Now, you are not a one-trick pony, meaning you're not doing all this yourself.
Correct.
You've had a team. You scale. So have you duplicated yourself? You have a Torrance in all these 50 counties, or how does that work?
You know, there only can be one me. I try real hard. Somebody told me you can't duplicate yourself, but I do have a couple of people. I have right now a team of about 10. One of my very best trainers, however, his name is Michael Reyes. He is bilingual. He can speak in English and Spanish, and he is very good because sometimes he could teach English and Spanish at the same time, technology. I don't know how he does it, but he's phenomenal. He's very good at what he does. I have another gentleman named James Monar. He primarily handles the Palm Beach County, and he's very good as well. Mike pretty much does Dave Brower Palm Beach as well, or wherever I send him. I have another gentleman in Jacksonville. I have another one in the Orlando area. But if it's out of state right now, I'm the one that does all of the out of state classes. I try to get everything scheduled. So if I'm talking to Humana in Louisiana, I say, okay, I'll be there the week of the 15th to the 22nd. Schedule as many events as you want for that particular week. And that's how I do it. So you get the opportunity for them to give bulk classes for you. And also, if they don't have quite as many as I want, I would call the other providers that I deal with, say, hey, listen, I'll be in this area. So it wouldn't be unusual for me to do about 15 to 20 classes in a week myself, if in that particular area. As long as it's within the vicinity of an area, I can do that.
Oh, that's great. One thing you said, I know my audience is going to be very interested in, and I love your business model, is that you're working with sponsors, people that are paying for you to come and talk to their base of people to deliver your service. What is the benefit of like a Humana or maybe one of your other sponsors for them to have you to come out and speak to their customer base? Why do they see value in that?
Well, first of all, they want to have the opportunity to get to them. Because like I mentioned earlier, a lot of communities will not let a Humana or a Blue Cross Blue Shield come to their senior community because they're thinking they're selling Medicare, and that's what it's all about. So they have to change their approach. So if we're pushing the technology classes, which is something that is very popular for seniors, there would be no doubt that that's the value that brings to them. They have the opportunity as well as the branding component. I was telling you in the literature that I can put their branding material in there. If we're teaching them how to scan a QR code, we'll be scanning a Humana QR code and different things like that. So this gives them the opportunity because a lot of the customers that we go to these senior communities are not Humana customers yet. They want them to be Humana customers, So, and there are sometimes we do go at the Humana based or the Florida Blue based centers that is only for their members as well. And at that point, they're just offering extra benefits to their members.
I think that's so important for an entrepreneur to understand how you can get certain things funded for what you want to do, the collaborations that you form together. So you're not going at it by yourself. It's such a great formula that you have. When we talk to me, I do a lot in branding. So what does that mean? Brand is really the perception somebody has about your product or service. So if you can pair yourself with a well-known brand like a Humana, a Blue Cross Blue Shield, all of a sudden now you're amplified yourself, right? You've amplified yourself and you've made yourself more valuable. And then so when people start thinking about, oh yeah, cell phone services and things that I need, oh, and it's through Humana, all of a sudden your name is top of mind. And then when they talk to their network of people, and just because you're a senior, you have a pretty large network, as well. And they're like, oh no, you need to talk to Torrance and his people. They're going to bring it on, and they're sponsored by Humana. All of a sudden, because then all of a sudden it gives you credibility. Like, oh, really? Well, if let's just say Humana or Blue Cross, they're like, yeah, they're not even thinking about, like you said, the Medicare Advantage so much. They know that they do that. But they're providing, all of a sudden they say, well, they're providing this service. They're good people, and Torrance is too. I think that's
there you go, right? Exactly.
That's wonderful, right? All right. So we got just a couple of minutes left here. I want you, if we haven't mentioned something that you truly want to make sure you get out to the audience and make sure that they remember about this, what would you like to leave us with?
Oh, well, as far as the company, I think it's a valuable service, and I look forward to potentially coming to your community at some time soon. Also, if Comcast is listening or watching, I'd obviously like to do business with them as well. Of course, Samsung as well as Apple as well, because our services would be beneficial to them as well for branding purposes and what have you. And for all other Black businesses that are interested and talking to me about my story or potentially helping them in their future endeavors as well, I'm always available. I gave my number earlier, 561-344-5188, or the website is tdmtechpc.com.
Oh, this is wonderful. And tell us again about how to vote for you, because we're going to get you over the top. I want to see you on the top stage getting that award.
Okay, so it's entrepreneurofimpact.org /Torrance-Mack, M-A-C-K, or go to my website, tdmtechpc.com. You can vote for me there or text me, 561-344-5188. I definitely will send you the link.
Wow,
and then when I win, we'll meet again online, and I'll tell you about the experience, Grant.
Oh, man, I can't wait for that. I'm looking forward to that. I want to thank you again for taking up your morning, telling us about your business, educating everyone at the Black Business Network about this. Genius is common, and I will see you on the other side.
Thank you, sir.
You're welcome. That was wonderful. The Black Business Expo's mission is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college or K through 12 entrepreneurs. This expo is a fundraiser for students. You may go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund, or you can use the Cash App that's on the screen below. That's $BBXUSA. Our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students. Students, you can register online at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. Every dollar counts. So we want to remind you to donate to the scholarship fund. And we would like to thank our Black Business Expo USA sponsors for January 2025. And they include NC100, Moody Capital Partners, Suede Soul, Lotus for Shade Coaching and Training, Carolina, Virginia Minority Supplier Development Council, Step Management, The Hello LLC, Barbara H. Smith LLC, Margin McLean Foundation Incorporated, Genius is Common, Earth Essentials, 5-Star BDM, Milani Shining Global, Executive Women's Success Institute, The Quality Coaching Company, Superwoman Business Services, Creative Force Studios, Lee Entertainment, Artistic App Design, Black Business Expo USA, Genius is coming, and I will see you on the other side.
On my day, my name is Cordelia Gaffar, the ultimate joy goddess. I'm a best-selling author, multi-award-winning speaker, and host of the Free to Be Show podcast, for which I've also won 2 awards. I've created 2 unique processes. Invite women to nurture yourself. I use the word self-nurturing, not self-care, because there is a distinct.
Hello, I'm Dr. Madeline Ann Lewis, President and CEO of the Executive Women's Success Institute. And my genius is helping women accelerate the path to success. You know, I was blessed to have strong women in my life who encouraged, motivated, and pushed me to do my best and to never even think about giving up on my dreams. So I say to women, we must show up to rise up. We have talents and potential, but who will see them if we don't speak up and get noticed? I know that women are a tremendous resource on this planet, and there is nothing more fulfilling than helping a woman tap into her full potential. I do this because I want to be a part of helping as many women as I can to show up, to rise up. I do this because genius is common.
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina.
Join Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black business. I am Black business. Tell me, are you Black business? I am Black business.
Bravery is not the absence of fear, but the ability to overcome it. We stand for those who defy suppression, who speak out, and those who walk the road less traveled. Everyone deserves to be seen and their voices to be heard. We're sparking a movement, growing a community of creators united by the desire for freedom, choice, equity, and ownership. At Fanbase, it's all for one and one for all. We support each other to guide, promote, and uplift you in a place where you can unapologetically be yourself. A place where your voice, ideas, and creativity are not just welcomed, but celebrated. We are Black founded, minority funded, and supported by a diverse, inclusive, powerful community that believes in the strength of authenticity and individual choice. Regardless of success or background, we welcome you. The marginalized, the underappreciated, the successful, the superstar. We're for all who seek a space to express themselves freely, where they are rewarded for being their authentic, true self. We transcend labels because only we have the right to define ourselves. We are built for the brave, the culture, the creators, and for the future where everyone has the power to shape their own destiny, where all are empowered, voices are amplified, and freedom is embraced. For the first time, you have a chance to own the platform you helped make popular. It's a revolution, a movement in how we connect, create, and share. Everyone is a creator, and everyone has a fan base. Here, you can be you without limits.
At 5-Star BDM, we don't just elevate brands, we forge industry icons. Our mission is to amplify your business and personal brand through dynamic AI-enhanced strategies and an elite professional network of over 20,000 experts. We empower entrepreneurs and small to medium-sized businesses to lead, scale, and transform. Our powerful network accelerates your speed to market and connects you with unparalleled growth opportunities. If you're ready to lead, we'll position your brand to set the industry standard. Explore our comprehensive services designed to build your brand, drive growth, and innovate your business. From personal branding and business development to technology solutions and investment banking, we offer tailored strategies that deliver measurable results and help you dominate your market. Our personal branding service uniquely tailors your professional story. Starting at just $99 per project, we offer online courses, in-person workshops, and scheduled weekly calls. Perfect for individuals beginning their personal branding journey, we help you craft a legacy that commands attention and respect. Strategic plans and execution are at the heart of our business development services. We focus on sustainable growth, helping you secure funding, scale operations, and expand your market reach. Our expertise ensures your business thrives in competitive environments. Innovate with custom artificial intelligence, machine learning, and software solutions tailored to your needs. Our technology services are designed to enhance your business operations and drive efficiency, ensuring you stay ahead in the digital age.
Discover real stories and real results. From healthcare startups to tech entrepreneurs, our clients have achieved extraordinary success.
For instance, a healthcare brand transformation led to a 40% drop in patient infections, showcasing our impact in diverse industries.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
I was born in a little village on the island of Haiti. Many deadly diseases pounded me. It is as if they were on a mission to end my existence on this earth. I refused to give up. In 1983, I left Haiti and came to the United States of America. And I came with $5, 2 shirts. I didn't speak in English. I came to Atlanta. I got a job. I was a doorman. I was a doorman with a dream. What I used to come on stage. I'd rehearse this moment that I'm standing in front of you. That's the power of a dream. Maybe today is the day you begin acting as if you already have it. And then step out with full force. Take a risk. No condition is permanent. Don't let your situation distract you. You are chosen. You are called. You are born for a purpose in this life.
I was born and raised in southeastern West Virginia, the coal fields. My father was an AME minister. For me, I was very fortunate. Even though I grew up in the segregated South, I was surrounded by flourishing Black businesses. Doctors, lawyers, bankers, dentists. They were all there and they were all successful. And I guess that's part of my dream, is to see that success come back. My name is Joseph Simmons, and I am the founder of the Center for Micro-Entrepreneurial Training. We have this moment in time where we can change the trajectory of people. And our focus is on women, Black and brown entrepreneurs, and their access to capital, their ability to build thriving businesses, the ability to employ people. There's a study that showed that in those 3 communities, especially Black and brown communities, $1 stays in those communities for 30 minutes. In white community, $1 stays in their communities for 8 hours. So think about it. For you in a Black or brown community to get gas, to get food, to go to a restaurant, you've got to leave your community, take those dollars out of that community and take it to another community that's already being well served. So if we can reverse that, if we can go from 30 minutes to an hour to 2 hours, that's progress. That's what we need to do. I was with SCORE. And then in May of 2020, of course, the events happened in regards to the murder of George Floyd. The other thing that I was experiencing was the denials of federal funds for small businesses. And it revolved around one thing. These businesses were not being prepared for grants and for government programs. And I came up with the idea for the Center for Micro-Entrepreneurial based off those two things. Morgan Stanley had a report out in 2020, first quarter, and it talked about there were 3 groups that were massively devastated by COVID-19 on their business. That was 1, women, number 2, Black, and number 3, brown entrepreneurs. The research showed that they had less cash on hand, they had less opportunity to go into a bank and get money, and they were very dependent on family and friends to keep their business up and running. If we can focus on those 3 groups, then we can have a dramatic impact on our communities. Really, the focus is on 3 areas. And those 3 areas are 1, the people, number 2, the courses, and number 3, a support network. Here at CMAT, we will provide you with the fundamentals for generational success. And you will be creating a vibrant community by attending our 5-day immersive training course.
Phenomenal Tanya T. Wise, who is here from the great state of Maryland. Tanya, welcome and thank you for being with us today. Can you indulge our audience a little bit and tell them just a little bit more about who you are and what it is that you do?
Well, I love being able to talk to people and have a magnetic attitude, being able to just show them. So I always like to say, level up is Coach at Tanya T. Wise here.
So can you tell our audience, just give them a teaser about what your presentation will be about?
So my philosophy is that we should all be living our dream life. So tomorrow I'm going to talk about how you start living your dream life. What are some of the things that you thought about in your childhood that you just kind of let go and dormant?
Wow.
And I want to reignite that and just give you some pointers and some tips, some tools, some strategies to be able to start living your best life now. And guess what, Wanda? And leave an inheritance for your legacy.
Oh my goodness. Okay, I know that's resonating with a lot of people. I've heard that you have a dynamic coaching program. Can you tell us a little bit more about that?
Absolutely. So our coaching program help people that have the lack of time, that lack strategies, and lack the confidence to go after their dream life. So we help them implement tools, we help them implement strategies, as well as give them resources so that they can live their best life now and leave that inheritance.
Wow. Oh, I love that. I love the leave the inheritance part. Listen, you are dropping some major nuggets, and I know a lot of what you're saying is resonating with a lot of people, but I think we're all curious, how did you even make this transition into the speaking and coaching arena? What's the story behind this?
So I started out in finance, and I realized that a lot of people don't necessarily go after their dream life because of the lack of finances or the education behind finances. But it wasn't until I lost my firstborn, my only son, that life changed for me. And where I was going after it all, living the corporate life, hit my 6-figure income and living in my dream house with my dream man, driving my dream car. I nearly lost it all when I lost my son. And so I realized it only takes one financial catastrophe that can change your entire life. That's what made me start All New Beginnings. Because no matter what's going on in life, there's a new beginning. And because of that, we develop a program called Wise Minded. My little slogan is, don't just dream it, let's live it.
If they want to connect with you or work with you, what is the best ways for them to be able to do that?
Well, for my social media guru, you can connect with me on every single social media platform as Tanya T. Wise.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
Hello, I am Dr. Eric Kelly III, the visionary strategist and founder of the Black Business Olympics. I invite you to showcase your Black-owned businesses on the Black Business Network global stage. The Black Business Olympics is a global Black Business Network platform that propels Black-owned businesses into the international spotlight. By showcasing your business on the Black Business Olympics platform, you can reach a worldwide audience of potential customers, partners, and investors. You can also establish yourself as a thought leader, an expert in your field, attract lucrative partnerships, and more speaking engagements. In addition, the Black Business Olympics platform provides a valuable opportunity to connect and collaborate with like-minded entrepreneurs and business professionals from around the world. This can lead to new business opportunities, ideas, and relationships. Finally, by sharing your story and expertise on the Black Business Olympics platform, you can inspire and empower others. This is a powerful way to make a positive impact on the world and leave a lasting legacy. If you are a Black-owned business owner, I encourage you to seize the opportunity to showcase your business on the Black Business Olympics platform. It is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to make an indelible mark on the world. Be one of the 1,000 visionary entrepreneurs who are changing students' lives, shaping industries, and leaving an unforgettable legacy for their families. Unleash your voice on our global stage and watch your business thrive. Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. Yes, the entire world. Just give me a call today at 919-308-9090.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
Good morning, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations, and welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Grant McGaugh, CEO of 5-Star BDM and host of the award-winning Follow Brand podcast and TV series. And I am your business moderator for this morning on the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. And we have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about business. And it is my privilege to introduce a distinguished financial expert and community leader, Stan L. LeConte. Born and raised in Queens, New York, Stan is a seasoned financial professional with over 15 years of experience, a graduate of Florida International University with a degree in finance, and he has earned his Certified Financial Planner, CFP, designation and advanced credentials as a chartered retirement planning counselor. His career spans coaching financial advisors, specializing in insurance sales, and leading a team of 50 advisors as an associate branch manager at Fortune 200 firms. And as the founder of Achievers Protection Advisories, LLC, Stan provides risk management solutions for homeowners and businesses. A proud member of Kappa Alpha Psi Fraternity Incorporated, he is committed to mentoring young men and promoting financial literacy. Please welcome Stan L. LeConte, one of my good friends in the Miami, Florida area. How you doing, Stan?
How you doing, Grant? I'm doing well. Thank you for that introduction. Thank you for having me on your show once again.
Absolutely. First of all, let me say this. I'm very proud of you. You have done a lot of work, a lot of the behind the scenes. A lot of people, they see the accolades, but they do not see the labor that it takes to get to those areas of achievement. First, tell us just a little bit about your background and your passion. What drove you to be a financial planner?
Yeah, so that started back in the neighborhood of Queens Village, New York. Your parents would always ask, "What are you going to be?" I guess they ask every child that question, and some kids have an answer. And I decided to always say accountant, and I stuck with it, not even knowing what an accountant was. I just didn't want to be a doctor or a pharmacy or a lawyer or those other traditional Caribbean professions that they have. So I said accountant, and it kind of stuck throughout high school. And then when I got a chance to go into college, I took the curriculum and was successful in passing that curriculum and started off my career as an accountant.
Wow. So you had an affinity for numbers. Were you good at math? Is it something you gravitated to?
Not at all. Not at all. Not at all. In the beginning years, not good at math. I'd be functional. I'd be able to get the grades. It didn't start until I got to college, where I really started getting an affinity for math and that science. Just the focus just changed. Yeah.
This is interesting because as you said, there's young professionals out there or potential professionals, whether they're in high school, especially in high school, you start to think about what am I going to do or what am I going to focus in on as a profession. I want you to think back a little bit because there are young individuals that are tuning into the Black Business Network right now, and they're looking for a scholarship. They're looking for a leg up as they now go into that next world of their career, potentially going to college or going into the business world. What advice would you give them from a financial planning perspective?
Start early. It's always the key is to start early. Begin the foundation now. Have those tough conversations and create the discipline. There's a discipline in creating wealth, and you have to start the discipline in anything that you want to do. But money seems to be, or finances, or wealth, or that type of conversation seems to go by the wayside. So have those conversations, seek the knowledge out, begin early, start saving, use your 401k, use your Roth IRA. I'm not giving advice here. This is just education. Just want to let you know that I'm not giving any advice. Just advising you to use the tools ahead of you and don't be afraid to start early.
Let me ask you this or share this with you. I remember being in high school, going into college and thinking, all right, I need to just get a trade. I was going to technical school and I'll have an opportunity to create a life for myself. But I don't think I truly understood the playing field. And when I say that, like as a kid, I played games, board games. I played Monopoly. I played the game of life. I don't think I truly understood that this is a model for the life that I'm truly going to find myself in. I'm going to have to find a way to motivate myself to go through life, meaning to pass go, roll the dice, collect my $200, right? Avoid going to jail, and then trying to find a place to live, getting that first home, right? Think about that, right? Not really understanding that the game, though, is to accumulate as many homes as you can, to get as much wealth as you can, to then get into business, like just getting a hotel. I'm just going to the game of Monopoly. They go from homes to hotels. As you get the more hotels, people who come to your property pay more money, and you create more wealth. That is the goal. But then the ultimate goal of winning the game, who you're playing against, is to bankrupt you. If their competitors are bankrupt, you win the game, you have all the money, and the game is over. Wrap it up, go on to the next. I don't think I truly understood that this is the playing field that I'm about to embark on. And what you just said, yep, you need to start saving, have a saving plan, have some kind of way. But do you really, I don't want my people to really understand that this is not an option. This is what is a survival tool that you need to deploy, and that you need someone that understands this game and that you can begin to escalate. Talk to us a little bit more about how you see this game of life.
Great analogy using the game of Monopoly. Competition is based, right? The higher grades you get go to the best schools, you get the best education, you get the best network, and therefore you provide yourself with the best opportunity to have the success that you actually are striving to get. So those opportunities are so true, and to possess things and to accumulate wealth is one of those areas. But people, when often given an opportunity to make a decision, often have a choice. You have a choice to make a bad decision, right? And being that you can be emotional or frivolous, in all those ways, you need someone to kind of help you to get you back into the discipline of making sure that your plan or in effect will get there, right? So hiring a financial advisor, a financial planner is exactly that landscape, where in the opportunity for you to make one of the worst decisions or best decisions, he's there to kind of guide you. And same with the game of Monopoly, as you had mentioned, right? You want to kind of navigate through that game the best way you can to accumulate as much wealth so you can actually win and bankrupt your opponents. But in the game of life, you're not trying to bankrupt anyone. You're just trying to accomplish your goals, navigate those things that way.
Sure. Well, we'll say some of us are not trying to bankrupt the others. Some competition will tell you that's exactly what they're trying to accomplish. But obviously, on the grander scale of things, if you don't manage your financial or your money, your survival rate considerably is diminished. And I know, especially in people of color in the household, the financial discussion isn't usually top of mind. It's not at the dinner table all the time. I can speak on it specifically for me, that other things were discussed, but really, if I had to go back in time, I would definitely be educating even my own children about financial literacy, financial responsibility, that the goal of me giving you this $1, $5, or $10 to say for doing your chores is for you to make $100, not for you to just spend that $10 on something that you won't even have 2 days from now. Help us understand financial literacy.
Yeah, so that's one of my biggest proponents right now. I'm really going after the financial literacy and making sure that I can get to as many young leaders as possible and trying to help them understand the power of money and the decision and the science of it. We as a community don't have these conversations, and we have to learn heuristically, trial by fire, go through different levels of making mistakes before you find the right component that works for you. And then maybe you'll share that information, but maybe you're too embarrassed to say that I failed 10 times before I found the right solution. So you keep quiet in that aspect. But our counterparts are having these conversations on a regular basis. They're teaching, they're bringing their younger generation along in that capacity, and they understand to get involved early. So to start talking about, how to save, how to budget, how to stay disciplined, how to invest, how to diversify your portfolio, what is volatility, what is inflation, things that you and I would probably take for granted. Some of these kids don't have an idea of what that is, right? So we start with the very fundamentals, what those are, and we kind of build the platform. Currently, right now, I'm working on a game called the Stock Market Challenge. And it helps these young leaders understand how to invest in the stock market, the lingo of the stock market, and they're getting a head start right away. Something that I didn't even receive as a young child. No one talked to me about a mutual fund. No one talked to me about a stock. Matter of fact, this industry that I'm in, financial planning, is a fairly new industry, 50 to 60 years in. It's still making some headway. So people still don't know about having a financial advisor, and it doesn't cost you an arm and a leg. It's just someone there to kind of guide you. Just like if you were to go to the gym, you would want a trainer to help you get to where you're going. Or if you're going to the dentist, you'd want to work with a dentist, right? You need the professionals to help you get to the certain quality of life that you're trying to attain.
I agree with that. I love that analogy. That part is where I think we get missed about expertise, right? You don't have to be an expert in financial matters, but you should know someone who is to help you, because this is so important, not only in your current state, but in your future state. The people, they do estate planning, things of that nature, retirement planning, but then legacy. What are you really leaving behind for your children and then your grandchildren? I have a grandchild now. She's 3 years old. Obviously, she can't plan for herself. What can I do for myself to help her, not even realizing what money is about, so we don't continue to create that same cycle of poverty, of financial stress, of not having access to capital, creating the opportunities early. But you know what? Maybe I did not have access. A lot of times, especially a lot of people in my age, that they might be first generation to go to college. You might be first generation to have what they call a white collar job, right? Those type of things. That said, still you should know what it takes to maintain. Well, you know what? I need to understand the playing field. If you're playing on a plane or a game of football, you need to understand the rules. You got to know how to compete. You got to know how to win the game. I truly believe that our educational system isn't really drilling down and doubling down on the facts of the game of life that we are all in, and that how you need to compete and win, because it's so important. So having an expert like yourself, like when I send my kid to a football practice, they're talking to an expert that's going to show them the game, how to block, how to tackle, how to play the different positions, compete, how to win, how to lose, right? And you put that child in that particular program where they can learn. We need to be putting financial literacy. I use Monopoly as my teacher. I would love that you talk to me about even an app that you were talking about. I mean, how can we begin early to teach our children about this game of life? And it's not just, oh, by the way, here's how we pay the bills. This is what a budget's all about. And it's kind of knee-jerk reaction when you're a senior in high school. You should have been getting this education probably when you're in second, third grade.
Right. So I have to give great credit to the state of Florida. They do have a some legislation around it right now. It's called the Dorothy Hochul bill. And that bill states that in order for you to graduate high school now, you need 1.5 credits of financial literacy, which is, monumental. And several other states have incorporated this model as well. So with that being said, it's being taught in the high school level, maybe not so much in the middle school or elementary, which I would say that would be the foundation and the grassroots of it. Start there so they can have more than 1.5 credits of education and financial literacy. Yeah, you'll be astounded. There are some 4-year college graduates that don't know what a 401k is, don't know the aspects of a checkbook. Now, I understand that we don't use a checkbook any longer, right? We're going into the digital age and technology has changed, but just the aspect of them not knowing certain things that, are essential to saving and creating wealth is important. I find that individuals are more consumers than savers. They're more in a consumption mode, and the mindset is to change that from consumption to being a saver, living off of 80-70% of your income, and creating that type of lifestyle for you. Going to the designer store, wearing custom suits. I'm guilty of it as well. However, living below your means is probably the best way to achieve wealth. Many people don't know first generation can acquire the status of being a millionaire or having at least $1 million of net worth in the first generation. You can achieve that goal. It's been done time and time again. There's plenty of people out there that have over $1 million of net worth that have done the necessary steps, got the necessary information and education, whether it's real estate or stocks or bonds or, however they accumulated, they've done something with the discipline of working with a professional.
Let me ask you this. I'm a potential client for yourself. I look you up and I call you up and I say, hey, I want to have an appointment with you. Talk to me about your services. Tell me what I will receive by working with you.
Sure. So first of all, you're going to get someone that's going to listen in detail to your objectives and your goals. I'm not going to have any preconceived notions, whatever it is. I'm going to listen to what you have to tell me. And from that information, I'll be able to tell you what is your cash position, what is needed for your cash position as a cash reserve, emergency fund. And then we'll go through what I like to call a 4 cornerstone approach. We'll look to see how much cash you need in the bank, as your reserves. We'll look to keep that above inflation, right? To keep up with the pace of inflation. And then we'll look at your insurance needs. We'll look at all of your insurance needs to make sure that you're adequately protected, asset protection. And if you're paying too much in any of those areas, we'll look at ways to reduce the cost so you can save more and still have the protections that you need. The third leg of it would be tax planning. Tax planning strategies are monumental in helping individuals save wealth. Most individuals pay more than they should to Uncle Sam without even knowing it. Even despite working with the CPA in their profession are doing the compliance aspect of it. And working with a tax strategist or a certified financial planner will help you delve into some strategies that can help you save hundreds of thousands of dollars. And those dollars can be reinvested back into your personal plan. And then having a detailed investment. The fourth leg would be a detailed investment plan that looks at your time horizon, your objectives, your tax situation, and your risk tolerance, and create a detailed investment strategy to help you long term. And then all that cumulatively is in a financial plan that gives you the details on how we're going to get there. So most people don't understand that write down your goals is the first step to achieving those goals. Written goals and achieving them are paramount. So if you have a written financial plan with a game plan on your life specifically to help you reach those goals, you should obtain to have one year over year. That's an important aspect of it. And when you come to my office and work with me, you will get, a problem solver right away. You're going to get someone that's going to give you a high level advice in all the areas, all the 6 key areas: estate planning, investments, insurance, education, cash, liabilities, all those things. So you're going to get a detailed financial plan and someone like myself that's going to walk you through the entire process, hold your hand per se if you've never had a financial advisor, and be your personal trainer per se as a fitness coach in the finance world.
I like that. As I think about that, and what I heard you say is that you can help people in the world of real estate. You can help people in the world of insurance. You can help people in the world of stocks and bonds, and in the world of capital, cash that you have, and then in that taxation world. And then you now take that wealth, if you have any of those pillars, or maybe you don't have any of those pillars, to then create a strategy to achieve that particular goal. Whether, like you there, I've heard this from people, like, hey, we got to have estate planning, we got to have retirement planning, we've got to have some junior college planning. I mean, does that make sense? Am I making it?
Yeah, that's all it. Cumulatively, people will come in with all of those goals, right? And they have some great things going on. And by the time they're done with me, they figure out like they have some gaps in their plan, and I'm there to cover the gaps and help them achieve those goals and put all of that information cumulatively together so it all makes sense. How one area kind of piggybacks on the other. How estate planning and tax planning and investments all work together, and how we could use some investment planning to do some tax strategies, and how we could use some insurance to do some investment strategies. It's a lot of different moving parts, but if you have a cumulative plan, it's like building blocks, and you'll get a solid foundation. And once you have that solid foundation, now you can start accumulating wealth year over year over year.
Let me ask you this: in your particular field, who your client base is, describe your ideal client. Like, typically, who do you work with, or who you like to work with?
So I typically, I like to work with high net worth individuals. Individuals that make $200,000, over $200,000 a year, have investable assets, have cash flow, maybe $500,000 of investments. So that's typical, right? But when in my heart, I want to help everyone, right? So if you have some goals and you have some objectives and you have the ability to save, I will work with you, to help you get to that next level without the other criteria there. I'll charge you a financial plan, up front, and work with you for the next 12 months to help you gather the discipline that you need to build that foundation.
And you brought up another interesting point, because I don't think I realized your services. Are they as a one-time payment, like a retainer? Is it residuals over time? How does that work?
Yeah, so that's an important question, because most people don't know how financial advisors are paid, and that's an important question. When you're going to hire a financial advisor, is asking them that one question: is, how are you going to get paid for all those services? You just mentioned that you're going to work with the estate planning attorney, the CPA. You're going to help me build up my cash reserves, retirement, insurance. You're wearing a lot of different hats, and that must cost. And yes, we do charge a financial planning fee up front, a reasonable cost based on your financial situation. And along the way, we get paid on assets under management, which is the key of the game, right? So the more assets I can manage, I charge an annual fee, and that annual fee cumulatively year over year, if I'm doing X amount of rate of return, I may take 1.5% as a remuneration and pay to myself. So that's how financial advisors are paid. They work for their dollars, because I still have to talk to the CPA, who gets paid irregardless, right? I still have to talk to the estate planning attorney about your personal situation, irregardless of, you're going to pay them as well. So I'm the quarterback that's kind of putting everything together, speaking with these professionals and kind of making sure that everyone meshes and everything is working together.
I like that. If I heard you correctly, and after obviously you get paid up front for your basic services, but if you grow my wealth, let's just say I had a portfolio, just round number, $500,000, and then I circle back in 2026 and we take a look at that, and then $500,000 is now, let's say it's 550,000 or 600,000, I don't know. But then you would get a percentage of that. Obviously, the person, say moi, would be happy because I wouldn't have had that wealth if I didn't work with you. So you put an extra 10% into my portfolio, and what you take the percentage.
Correct. That's how it works, basically. Typically, in a perfect world, we always want the portfolio to be positive, right? A positive trajectory. But we work on averages as wealth managers because we know over the long haul, the markets will continually go in the long term, right? So even though there may be some negative years, stock market may be down, on the average, we look to get a positive number in working with a financial advisor.
So it's the long game. And like you said earlier, depends on what is your goal, what are you trying to accomplish, a 10-year plan, 5-year plan, 1 to 3 year plan. You have metrics and that kind of thing that you want to get across. I'm starting to get a better image and picture of staying as the quarterback of my financial world here. I want to ask you this. As AI technology is now coming into play in they call fintech world, financial technology.
Sure.
Is that changing? Is that for the best, for the better or worse? How do you see that playing out?
Well, AI is a tremendous tool. I've incorporated it into my practice. It's making me a little bit more efficient in a lot of different aspects of my, financial planning business. And, before long, there's going to be a AI financial advisor that's going to be able to give you all the information that I may be able to give you. However, the case with AI, we've noticed that it's not always 100% accurate, and you have to always prompt it to make sure that you're getting the accuracy. So you have to be very careful with getting information from AI because they're just pulling stuff from the internet at this particular point. And as you know, the internet, Google, whatever it may be, is filled with a lot of different information, and that may not be as accurate as you need. And no one's going to be as good as me on this financial calculator.
I like that, and so I'm in the technology world, but I also am in the human world, understanding tool sets, and then the difference between tool sets and skill sets. Right? AI, just like you just showed the calculator, it's a tool. It's a very good tool. Once you put in the right information, you get it to you quicker. AI is no different. There'll be some things that can do that will mimic reasoning to a certain degree, but you just brought up a very important point, is that the data that it's utilizing is what the data is you're going to get out. And it doesn't automatically discern good data from bad data. It doesn't really, it's not a conscious being type of thing. You still need human-to-human interaction. I would take that any day of the week because as new information comes about, and let me give you for instance to the audience, there's a new AI engine that just got released out of China called DeepSeek, right? That's new information. It's been around about 2 years, but now they just kind of showcase how they're a little bit different. It's a game changer. So all the information that all these other AI models have, right, are only what they have. They don't have the new information, new data points. How does that shift change what they think? All that shifts and changes, just like in real stocks and bonds or other things that happen. Once you have something that upsets the normal course or the track that you're on, it changes all the metrics. It changes everything. And in real life, everyone knows it's not a straight line.
Right.
So you have to be careful about that. It's very good in the moment of a current state, I would say. But then when you start getting into other areas, it cannot take into account things that have not occurred, or they might be, say, the potential to occur, but that's such a big data point that it can't really determine that what's going to happen next because this just happened. Something just happened to me right now. What happens next really is a big thing. So I would want a financial planner to say, hey, Stan, I just lost my job. What happens now? You know, I just had a major financial shift in my portfolio. What happens now?
Right. So in that instance, it's nothing better than experience, right? So you said earlier that I had 15 years of experience, and Grant, thank you for that. But it's actually 19 years of experience. So there's nothing more than experience. I actually can sit down and listen to an individual for 30 minutes, 40 minutes, whatever, an hour, and I can already design a financial plan in my head on how to help them reach their goals. It's just because of the repetition and knowing the science of what I do. And one of the things that I don't really fear AI coming from my position is the advanced designations. The certified financial planner designation allows me to, be at the top of the game. Information that is not readily available to everyone is right here, top of my head. So I'm not really afraid about AI coming from my position. Maybe those other financial advisors, but not mine. I'm good.
No, and that's just about your skill set. As you said earlier, we're talking about the training analogy that you stay fit. You want to train. Who wants to get trained by a fat, lazy-looking physical trainer, right? So,
right.
Like that's not going to work. So you take advice from somebody who already has the training, the knowledge, the expertise, the demonstrated track record. 19 years that you obviously to show a person immediately, this is what I can do. I always was like you because I saw some of the people that you work with, that they're not just high net worth, but who they are, how they accumulated their wealth, and then how they want to maintain their wealth and how they want to grow. I love to hear those stories about, let's say, football players or entertaining to hear about, and then you find out, oh no, they didn't lose their money. These guys own this, they own that, they own this. Look at Byron Scott. Now, some people don't remember Byron Scott as a basketball player. He's doing well. He's a basketball player for the Lakers. This guy is a mogul in media, $1 billion player. I love those kinds of stories.
Right. So those stories are great, man. We love to hear those stories. I'm not battling those stories. I applaud those stories, and I'm a cheerlead for those stories. My battleground is the guys who still don't get it. The guys who still want to call me and say, I'm going to buy a $50,000 chain. It's my first paycheck. And I have to battle and say, why? Why? It's just, they just don't get it. And the foundation of it is a lack of education and financial literacy. Very smart in every other aspect of their lives, because they made it to a point where not many people are, but they just lack that, just that financial literacy aspect of it. And that's where my battle starts. And that's where I put on the gloves and I get into the battlefield, and I'm in there, man. Yeah.
Well, you definitely. I want to be like Marshawn Lynch, man. That story is like he didn't spend not one of his game checks.
Right.
Stayed in his mom's place until he said, I ain't spending nothing until I get out of football, because it's hard to get to that position. You got to be phenomenal to play in the NFL, and then to get position to be a millionaire. The last thing you want to do is then liquidate all the funds that you got. So then when you're only going to play potentially maybe 4 or 5 years, at that level, then how are you going to maintain going forward? So love that analogy about you. Before I let you go, you've got to let us know how to get in contact with you, and let us know what you're going to be doing tomorrow around 11 a.m. to 2 p.m. at Project 12.
So Project 12 tomorrow, we're going to be at the Boca Club in in Boca Raton, of course, and we're going to be receiving an award. I'm one of the recipients of the Project 12 Award for Broward and Dade County. One of 12 individuals, great individuals that have done a great impact or had a great impact in our community. And I'm just proud to be part of those members. Grant is a former recipient last year, and he opened my eyes to that platform, and it's a wonderful platform, and I'm honored to be there. How do you reach me? You can go on my website. I have a website, www.apw-advisors.com. You can reach me on LinkedIn. Use my name, Stan Alacanti, and you can find me there. You can reach me on my work phone, which is 954-900-8048.
Man, this has been wonderful, Stan. I cannot wait to see you get honored tomorrow with your family. This is going to be great. Thank you again for being on the Black Business Network. You are the type of individual we want on this network. You are an entrepreneur. You have just 20 years. I'm going to give you 20 this time, 20 years of experience in doing what you're doing. And before I just let you go again, you got to give a shout out to your Kappa, man. Who are they?
Oh, man, Kappa Alpha Psi. Come on now. You know, we're the best fraternity in the world, man. I say yo to the brothers out there.
Excellent, excellent. Thank you again for being on the show. Genius is coming, and I will see you on the other side.
All right. Take care.
Okay. Man, what a wonderful treat. The Black Business Expo's mission is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college or K-12 entrepreneurs. This expo is a fundraiser for students. You may go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund, or use the Cash App that's on the screen below. That is $BBXUSA. Our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students. Students, you can register online at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. Every dollar counts. So we want to remind you to donate to the scholarship fund. And we would like to thank our Black Business Expo USA sponsors for January 2025, and they include NC100, Moody Capital Partners, Suede Soul, Lotus Rocher Coaching and Training, Carolina, Virginia Minority Supplier Development Council, Step Management, The Hello LLC, Barbara H. Smith LLC, Margie McLean Foundation Incorporated, Genius is Common, Earth Essentials, 5-Star BDM, Milani Shiny Global, Executive Women's Success Institute, The Quality Coaching Company, Superwoman Business Services, Creative Force Studios, Lee Entertainment, Artistic App Design, Black Business Expo USA. Genius is coming, and I'll see you on the other side.
Welcome to
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
Kevin Price.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina.
Join Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world.
Hello, I am Kevin Price. I'm President and CEO of the National Institute of Minority Economic Development. We're based in Durham, North Carolina. We have been in existence as an organization for 38 years, supporting people of color who are business owners as well as women who are business owners in the United States. Over the last 38 years, we've done a pretty good job of supporting those businesses and helping them to grow. And now we're starting to think about international business and how can we create even more opportunities for diverse business owners abroad. And so here we are in Tanzania, preparing for an economic development summit in Tanzania, in Dar es Salaam, at the Hyatt, the Grand Hyatt Hotel, March the 10th through the 14th of 2025. You don't want to miss this. This is going to be 5 incredibly impactful days where we will spend time traveling here. We will spend 2 days of business talking about concepts and understanding the culture and what you can expect to do in terms of doing business here in Tanzania. We'll have all types of government officials, corporate leaders here, as well as intermediaries who support diverse business owners in this work abroad. And so we're going to surround you with all types of resources, all types of support systems, and every step of the way, the Institute will be there with you. So I don't want anyone to think this is going to be a one and done type of conference. That is not what this is about. This is the beginning of something great, the beginning of something big. You don't want to miss this. I'm going to say that several times because 5 days is a lot of time, but really it's not. When you think about traveling to a foreign country, many of you have never attended before, you've never been here before. The people here have been incredible to work with. They've been very hospitable. They want to do business with you. And so I want to connect U.S. businesses with Tanzanian businesses, with the Tanzanian government. They are looking for us. They're hungry to do business with us, and we're going to make that connection. So those 2 days, we'll be talking business, and then 1 day of a cultural experience. How can you come to Tanzania and not go to Zanzibar, not go to the Serengeti? How can you do that? If you never come back again, you got to at least say you did that in your lifetime. And so we're going to make those opportunities available for you. So again, I'm saying you don't want to miss this. But that is not the biggest piece of this. The biggest piece and the reason why we're here is to do business. We're here on the continent to do business. And so if you're looking for an opportunity beyond those that we have in the United States, and you feel you're ready for that, and here is a way for you to plug in. Here's a way for you to have a support system in place. Here is a way that you can soar to even greater heights for your business. So join us in 2025. We'll see you in Tanzania.
United Republic of Tanzania, the land of the Kilimanjaro, the Serengeti, and Zanzibar, is strategically located as a gateway to East Africa and the African Great Lakes region. A rising star, Tanzania is a middle-income country that has averaged 7% economic growth over the last decade. It has a population of about 60 million, the majority of whom are young and economically active, and part of a rapidly growing middle class. Accessible through the Indian Ocean, Tanzania connects to 6 landlocked countries. It also offers access to a sizable market of about 177 million people in the East African community and 350 million people in the SADC region.
Welcome to Tanzania, the land of opportunities. The government is committed to maintain and strengthen ties with the international community. We'll continue to maintain good governance, political and economic stability, which have been our national values. The government is undertaking a number of legal and regulatory reforms to unlock the country and make it potential investment destination. These reforms include investment tax and information technologies regimes. The government is focusing on improving coordinated infrastructure, not limited to cleaner energy provision, railways, roads, ports, and optical fiber network. All these will add to the improvement of investment environment. As we open doors to the world, we believe that with efficient transport system, enough and affordable electricity, coupled with friendly regulatory regime, Tanzania is offering the best opportunity for investors to thrive. Welcome to Tanzania. the land of opportunities.
The Tanzania Investment Center hosts more than 10 government investment facilitation institutions, offering a one-stop center that can give approvals, permits, and licenses all under one roof, easing the process and saving time and other resources pertaining to setting up a business in Tanzania. Agriculture is the mainstay of Tanzania's economy. There are over 44 million hectares of arable land, and only 33% of them are under cultivation. Some of the potential areas to invest in include sugarcane plantations, cotton, coffee, tea, cashew nut and grape farming, horticulture farms, sisal plantations, wheat plantations, as well as bean and cassava farms. One can also invest in the processing of these crops for export.
Tanzania is the second largest livestock producer in Africa, but only 1% of the livestock is processed into value added. About 70% of the high-end value added meat products are imported. There are very few companies in Tanzania like this which are producing value added products for the industry. So there is huge potential here in Tanzania.
The manufacturing sector is in its infancy stage, with few exploited areas, whereby unprocessed agricultural commodities have dominated major exports. Tanzania's Vision 2025 envisages an industrialized economy powered by the manufacturing sector, and as such, opens up the country to potential investment, particularly in the area of textile and apparel, sugar, leather, edible oils, heavy industries, pharmaceuticals, tile manufacturing, cable, and plastic manufacturing. A 1,424-kilometer long coastline, including 3 large lakes, presents a virtually untapped opportunity in fishing. Opportunities lie in deep-sea fishing, fish farming, fish processing, and supply of fishing gear, just to name a few. Tanzania's wealth extends well beyond the surface. Tanzanite, a gemstone found nowhere else in the world, is testament to the country's mineral riches. Other minerals include gold, coal, diamonds, copper, nickel, cobalt, tin, lead, silver, uranium, rare earth metals, ruby and sapphire. Investment opportunities exist in the areas of exploration, mining and processing. Tucked away in Tanzania's 48.1 million hectares of forests and woodlands is investment gold. One can invest in industrial plantations, and commercial harvesting can be done in 20 million hectares, equal to 35% of the total volume of forests in the country. Discoveries of significant natural gas reserves in recent years present an opportunity to invest in LNG extraction, further adding to Tanzania's long list of investment opportunities. Doesn't end there. The country's helium deposits in the west of the country are large enough to meet the world's demand for the gas for 20 years. Tanzania is a tourist paradise. New accommodation, entertainment facilities, camping, lodges, and guest houses of international standards. All these are untapped opportunities. Connectivity is key to Tanzania's ambitious growth objectives. The country has invested heavily in the development of its infrastructure, including road networks, railways, air travel, and ports, which connect all regions in Tanzania, as well as 6 landlocked countries. And in ensuring a conducive investment climate, the government has invested in the Julius Nyerere hydropower station, a expected to generate 2,115 megawatts, providing reliable and affordable electricity for the entire country. While in Tanzania, investors can enjoy prosperous living in the bustling cities and in the countryside. One can access world-class amenities such as schools, state-of-the-art hospitals that are fast turning the country into a premier medical tourism destination, as well as financial institutions. Having reached middle-income status, the Tanzanian government aims at soaring even higher, establishing the country as a favorable investment destination and an industrialized nation that provides a high quality of life to all its citizens. Due to very attractive opportunities and favorable conditions, major international brands have already invested in Tanzania as part of their strategy to maximize on wider regional markets and other opportunities. Come and invest in Tanzania.
Good morning, everyone. Hope you can hear me okay. I look like I'm frozen.
I think you're there.
We can hear you.
All right. Well, I want to welcome everybody. Good morning, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. I want to welcome you to the Black Business Network. My name is Grant McGaw, and I am the CEO of 5-Star BDM and host of the award-winning Follow the Brand podcast and TV series. And I'm your business moderator for this morning on the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. And we have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community, sharing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about business. And we would like to welcome our next guest, Kevin Price. He is the president and CEO of the National Institute of Minority Economic Development, a leading nonprofit advocating for marketplace diversity and inclusion with expertise in finance, risk management, HR, supply chain, and strategic planning. He has been instrumental in expanding economic opportunities for diverse businesses and communities. Under his leadership, the Institute launched Institute Capital, or ICAP, to provide financing for minority businesses and Institute Community Development Initiative to support community development corporations and affordable housing projects. Previously, he led supplier diversity at Novant Health, driving over $1 billion in diverse spend. A recognized thought leader, Price serves on multiple national boards and advisory councils, championing economic equity and business development. Let us welcome Kevin Price to the Black Business Network, the Black Business Olympics. How are you doing, Mr. Price?
Any better, I couldn't stand it, Grant. Thank you for having me.
We are welcoming you. This is wonderful, wonderful. I'm intrigued about your leadership and the Institute's mission. And so our first question I'd like to ask you is, like, what inspired you to take on the role of president and CEO of the National Institute of Minority Economic Development?
Well, let me first just back up and share with everyone who the Institute is and what we do, and that'll help everyone understand why I took on this role. But the Institute was created in 1986 by Lou Myers and Andrea Harris, who thought it was important that there was at that time, statewide organization focused on economic development issues as it relates to minorities and women. You had the Urban League down in Charlotte, you had one in Winston-Salem, but they didn't have a statewide focus. And so that was the brainchild behind creating the Institute in the first place. Its mission is to build the asset base of diverse populations by education, policy work that we do, and providing economic opportunities. And so I came to know the Institute in the early 90s out of college. I was working for a faith-based community development corporation at that time, and we needed an intermediary that could go to city council meetings with us and other government agencies and provide the facts. And the first time I met Andrea Harris, she was a short lady in stature with a huge voice, and she had this huge binder under her arm. And she said, always lead off with the facts, because it's hard to argue that versus how you feel.
Mm-hmm.
And, you know, for a lot of folks who don't look like us, they need to understand the data, the facts, before they get to the feeling part.
Right.
And so she always led off with that. And that stuck with me over the years. And so I went into banking and corporate, moved to Charlotte, raised my family there, loved that community. And all of a sudden, the board of directors of the Institute called me one day and said, it's time for you to pay it back to us, who gave you this great career you've had, and come and lead the Institute as the third president of the organization. So I'm only the third in 39 years now of the organization. So we've experienced incredible stability over the years. And I thought it was time, Grant, that the Institute go to the next level. I started March 9th of 2020. 1 week later, COVID hit.
Right.
And I called the chair of the board and said, we're shutting down the office. And he literally ran over here. He lives a few blocks from my headquarters. He ran over here and he thought I meant I was shutting the company down. And he said, what are you doing? What are you doing? And I said, no. I'm trying to protect the team, and I'm sending everybody home to work from home. And that gave us an opportunity to rethink the model of the Institute. And does a model that was created in 1986 still serve minority and women communities of 2020? And what we found was there were more opportunities for us. We needed to go into a growth mode and expand the services of the Institute so that we can be more real-time support for the community and the needs it had at that time.
I think that's so important to stay relevant in the current state, even though you have a storied past. 39 years, almost 40 years ago, you've evolved over that time. Here's the question. What is the biggest challenge facing minority businesses today?
Well, a lot of people lead off with capital. And I think capital is part of it. But I think it's really three-pronged, capital being part of it, but also access. I see more challenges with people of color having challenges with access than I do with capital. But both of them go hand in hand. And I think the other is us doing more business with each other. We were forced to do business with each other when we had Black Wall Streets. They became big companies because we couldn't do business with everyone. We had to do business with ourselves. We were forced to do business with each other. And as a result of that, look at the amazing companies that were birthed out of that opportunity. But as soon as we were able to do business with others, they went away. So I think we need to recapture some of that spirit, take some plays out of that playbook, and rethink, especially given the climate we're in today.
Yes. I think what you just said is that, and I love the digital economy because you have the opportunity, just like right now, you're speaking, that we can come together again and be intentional about creating marketplace, our marketplace. As we see, you've got to be able to leverage capital for your advantage. And if you don't, you get diluted results, right? If you're diluted in those ways. The question that we have is, How does the Institute advocate for marketplace diversity and inclusion, especially in this new administration?
Well, I think you have to look at the model of the Institute grant. And so what I inherited when I got here was an organization that had a policy center and had a few programs where we partnered with SBA. And we went through an extensive strategic planning process to come up with a new model that became our Center for Policy and Advocacy. And they are the ones who are our think tank. They are the ones who are thinking through what the issues are of the day so we can continue to educate the community on here the facts and what the issues are. And once you know the facts, then how do we do something about it? So we created a Center for Entrepreneurship. That Center for Entrepreneurship has 6 programs within it. 4 of them are focused on women's business centers, which is our partnership with SBA. SBA makes us call them women's business centers, but they serve men too, guys. So y'all can go to them as well. We have one in our headquarters in Durham, one in Charlotte, one in Greensboro on Bennett College's campus, and one in Richmond, Virginia on Virginia Union's campus. And so the purpose of them being on college campuses is, how many of us remember when we were in college and had this entrepreneurial spirit and wanted to start our little business, thinking we would be some mogul one day? Some of them worked, some of them didn't. But imagine what could have happened if you had had an institute to support you and provide financial resources to you to help you grow.
Yes.
And so that 5th program under the Center for Entrepreneurship is our Small Business Transportation Resource Center. The reason why we're the National Institute is we're far beyond North Carolina. We support organizations throughout the country, but we primarily focus in on North Carolina, Virginia, West Virginia, Kentucky, Maryland, and DC, with a little bit of activity in Tennessee, a little bit in South Carolina, a little bit in Georgia, and a little bit in Alabama. So we're sprinkling further and further south because we have all of these corporate partners who follow us and ask us if we will stay with them when they move into new communities and help us provide capital, help us provide support to those communities. So we go in with a corporate partner, which makes a huge difference for us. But the SBTRC is there for those transportation projects, whether they're highway or airport, vending, any of that. All of them have, well, until recently, they all had MWBE goals. We'll see what happens next. But when it comes to a nonprofit partner, we were there to support U.S. Department of Transportation in identifying organizations that can fulfill those goals, number one, but also providing bonding support. So as you might imagine, a highway or an airport project that is $1 billion, when you break it down into subcategories, it could be a few hundred million. Having the ability to bond at those high levels can be a challenge.
Sure.
And so we provide that support to those diverse business owners. Of the Center for Entrepreneurship's programs, and our Learning Lab being the 6th one that supports HBCU college students together. So that's the 6th program. But of those 6 programs, they're supporting over 6,000 minority and women-owned businesses every year. And what I often hear from them is, that's great that you're giving us technical assistance and capacity building support, but we need access to capital.
Sure.
And so we merged with another nonprofit back in 2020 that already had a CDFI. So even though when you announced me, which was fantastic, I need to take you with me on the road. But one of the things that we wanted was an organization that was already in place so we could continue to move forward faster. And so the merger with this other nonprofit meant we had a CDFI already in existence. It was over 20 years old. And so we could just keep moving. It had a track record, it had experience, and all I had to do was rethink what its model looked like, and keep it moving. That gave us a community development financial institution. And what I would suggest to all of your listeners, I'm a previous banker. Before that, I built affordable housing. So those are my lives. Before that, I was in the military. And so as a previous banker, what I would always suggest to people is never have all your money in one bank. Right. Number one, always have a secondary or an alternative that you're working with. A CDFI could be a great secondary or alternative financing mechanism. It keeps your bank honest and keeps them on their toes. If they got all your business, why do they have to hustle? They got it all.
Right.
And how many of us, after you have given all your business to something, will undo all of that? The trouble of undoing all of that when you're trying to run your business, we just won't do it. You'll grumble about it, but you won't change. So it's always better to have that secondary source. Our CDFI is Institute Capital, as you mentioned. We are doing roughly about 10 million in loans a year to diverse business owners, but also to affordable housing, which is an issue everywhere. You can't go anywhere in the country and leaders aren't talking about the need for more affordable housing. So we provide loans to them, to HBCUs. During the pandemic, we managed several grant funds. We gave away about $22 million to diverse business owners throughout North Carolina. And so that's the financial mechanism. But even that wasn't enough, because what we heard was, well, I need to be able to pay this loan back to you if I only had more business. And so we created the Center for Strategic Planning, because we wanted, or strategic partnerships, because we wanted it to be that connector of corporate buyers, government buyers, and those who are buying goods and services to diverse business owners. So imagine having that bridge. So now in one organization, you got someone who understands the facts. They are supporting with technical assistance and capacity building. They have financial resources, and then they can connect you with corporate buyers.
Nice.
That's the goal.
I think that is important to understand the services we provide and how you're filling the gaps when it comes to, we just talked about earlier, was the biggest challenge around capital, access to capital. That's just part of the equation. As you just said, you can't just do one thing, you're doing all four. Which leads to the next question, which is around impact. What has been the impact of economic development, community, doing the things that you're doing from your position, what the association stands for? And then what role does the ICDI play in community transformation?
So as it relates to impact, people who invest in us want to know what's their return on investment.
Sure.
What am I getting for this? And we have a long list of those. It's almost like a KPI sheet, key performance indicator sheet, where we talk about what we've done in terms of the impact on diverse businesses. What we know is that we've done over 27 million in loans the last 4 years. We do know that. We know we've given, in addition to the loans, over 20 million in grants over the last 4 years. We know that we've helped create over 3,000 jobs in that 4-year period. And we've counseled, close to about 15,000 diverse businesses within that time frame, and provided opportunities for about 250 million in contracts to those diverse businesses within that 4-year time frame. So we know we're on to something in terms of what the impact looks like and how we're returning value, not just to those who invest in us with dollars, but those who invest in us with time. Often people spend a lot of time and look back and say, well, what did I get for that? We want to be able to at least have you say you were connected with other like-minded business owners for potential collaboration with them, which we see a lot, or that you were able to connect with buyers at a corporate level or government level, and be able to compete for some of their business. So we think that's part of the impact. Now, you asked about ICDI.
Yeah.
That is our newest nonprofit, Institute Community Development Initiative, which is designed to support community development corporations. What I'm finding, Grant, is the CDC movement was incredibly strong in the 90s. We had initiatives nationally about, under Clinton, we were trying to create all of these new homeowners and home buyers and move people from renting in public housing and renting in general to owning their own home, which I thought was an excellent idea, because if you think about the two easiest and fastest ways for you to build wealth is home ownership and business ownership.
Sure.
And so it is great to see so many people that we were trying to close that gap around home ownership by creating more opportunities for them. And we were well on our way of closing the gap from World War II, closing it down. Then 2008 hit and the gap widened again. So we know that there is opportunity for us there. My concern is that a lot of young people don't see the value in home ownership. They think it's okay to rent. And I'm like, I can't get my head around that concept. It's like throwing money out the window that you will never ever see again.
Right.
At least as a homeowner, you have the ability for appreciation in that house. Eventually you sell it, or you use the equity in it to retire, or you use the equity in it to borrow to send your kids to college. There's so many advantages to home ownership that you're never going to use the equity in an apartment for anything.
Right.
The owner may, but you won't. So there's a huge value and benefit to that. That even my own kids, we've had a discussion about this, and they're like, well, it's just cheaper to rent. Well, not anymore, because we even see statistically rents are just as high as a mortgage payment.
Yep.
So if you're going to pay roughly about the same amount, why not get some of that money back and invest in yourself?
I want to piggyback on that. So important. As myself, a homeowner for the last 23 years, and what you said is so true. As I now get toward my retirement age, is that for a place in which I have lived and raised my kids in, and then now at the end of the day, as I look at that, like, wow, I have several, 100,000 in equity just in the house itself. And when you realize that in the game of capitalism, and I always use the monopoly board because I think it's so, everybody first, they most likely have played the game, but realizing that really is a model, for the life that we live in. The whole point is to pass go and to buy a house. That if you don't buy a house, you can't collect the rent. And then, you can't just live on that $200 that you're getting as you go past go, because eventually you're going to land on somebody else's property. And you're going to have to pay a lot more than $200, correct? Yeah. So home ownership, and on that board, it teaches you that. You have to get a home, first get a job, and that's fine. But the whole point of getting a job and everything is to buy a house, to get some wealth. Get the house, and then the next thing is to get the hotel. Well, really, the hotel is the business. So you get the house, you get the business, then you got the wealth, and obviously, the more houses you have, the more businesses you have, the more profitable you're going to be, and you end up winning the game. I'm not sure if we're really teaching our kids this very basic concept of it. As you said, you shouldn't have to beat someone's head in about renting versus owning. It's a huge difference. It's a huge difference, especially over time, and what you can do, the way that the tax structures are in your favor. The taxes and how we pay those things every year, death and taxes are for real, is that they're structured for people that are homeowners, and they're structured for people that own businesses. So if you don't own a home and you don't own a business, you're paying the very highest rates of taxes that are available. So this is important. So my question to you is this: because this is around policies, right, or initiatives that have been most effective. Now, you kind of talked about that being in the 80s and 90s. It was great. It was growing. We had a setback, during the Great Recession. Now we've turned around. We've gone through the Obama years. Now we're getting into this, flip-flop with the Trump years, and people trying to roll back a lot of these policies. How do you see yourself working with government officials, corporations, and policies in this new environment?
Well, we work with both sides of the aisle. We have to. And to me, it's important that we stay fixed on the business case. Because it doesn't really matter who controls, whether it's the State House or the White House. You need to have your business case down solid, down packed in terms of what ROI looks like for constituents that are investing in you. And so as I talk with state legislators, I talk with them about, is it that they want to see more tax revenue come in, or do they want to spend more? Now, we're on the bringing in more revenue in because we're out building affordable housing. We're out helping grow businesses, and those small businesses become employers.
Yes.
Who are offering benefits. And as they do that, that's less of a burden on the taxpayer. Actually, it gives you a return. And so why not invest in us? I was listening to the mayor of Durham recently talk about it's cheaper to send someone to college than to incarcerate them.
Sure.
Much cheaper. It's also much cheaper for us to invest in not only education, but invest in home ownership and invest in businesses than to incarcerate them. And when you incarcerate them, you don't get anything back from that. As a matter of fact, it becomes this revolving wheel that it's hard to get off of that. But in this case, it creates generational wealth that can be passed on and passed on. And so I'm really focused on that, Grant. How do we create more opportunities for generational wealth that I can then show and demonstrate that to general assemblies, demonstrate that to city council members, so they see the value of helping them with the tax. We've got a lot of city councils right now and county commissioners who are wrestling with tax revaluations. And because people have been working from home, you haven't had as many people in offices. Commercial business owners and real estate owners have been asking for tax breaks because they don't have the revenue they had before the pandemic. Many of them are scrambling, trying to figure out what to do with all these vacant spaces. And so many counties and cities are seeing this shortfall in tax revenue as a result of that. And so we got to use our money more wisely. That's my point.
No, 100%. And conditions change, and we have to change with those conditions, as you just stated. And I want to double down on what you just said. And I always go back to my monopoly board because I think it's so important. It's that one that said, do not pass go, do not collect $200 because you are in jail. Because to your point, if you're incarcerated, you're not generating anything for the economy when you're taking it away. And then you start looking at, well, what causes people to go to jail in the first place? And you get a lot of times it's economic situations, socioeconomic situations that create, a criminal society, which we, if we wanted to impact that, then we definitely want them playing on the board and not sitting in jail where they're not collecting $200 and they're not passing go. I believe.
And you know what I'm finding? My Republican colleagues get that.
Yeah.
They don't want to talk black and white and all of that. They don't want to talk that. That's important for us. But that's not where they're coming from. Where they're coming from is show me the business case on why this is important for me to do. I can have that conversation with any legislator all day.
Very true. And that's important. The financial metrics of why this is, and that's very important. It's in everyone's interest to build economic wealth. Everybody wins. So it's not, I don't think it's in someone's interest to create, these kinds of depressed societies, because it doesn't benefit anybody. But maybe it does. It brings property value down, and somebody else starts moving in. But then what happens to those people that are displaced? Where do they go? What happens? So now you got this whole society basically that you put into this corner. Again, you're not collecting your $200 and they're not passing go. So what are you benefiting from that? So I like your analogy of what the conversation that needs to be had. Let's get some of these issues right off the table right now and talk brass tacks. Now, you did bring up Durham. And then we want to know, why is Pear Street, which is right there in Durham, significant to your institute's mission at this time?
Well, hopefully a lot of your listeners know about the Black Wall Street of the South, which was Durham, North Carolina, on Paris Street. And if you're a native of Durham, they would say, well, it wasn't all on Paris Street. There were other streets that were really connected to Black Wall Street. But, I don't have a shortage of people who come up to me once they know who I am. And they'll say, let me educate you on something, young man. And they'll say, come over here, let me tell you something. And I had an older gentleman one time when I first got here who said, why is this building only 6 stories? I said, well, I have no idea. I'm just trying to get in the office. And he said, well, this building was built in 1921 by North Carolina Mutual Insurance Company. What your listeners may know is that in 1921, when this building was built, that is our headquarters now, if you were east of the Mississippi and you needed a loan of greater than $10,000, you had to come to Durham, not Atlanta. You came to Durham. You had 2 banks here. You had the largest Black-owned insurance company, North Carolina Mutual, which built this building in 1921. They sold it to Mechanics and Farmers Bank, and Mechanics and Farmers Bank sold it to us. It has always been in Black hands, always, in over 100 years. There are very few weeks I go and not get a call from someone wanting to buy this building. It is not for sale. It is our anchor in the community, which gives the community a sense of pride of not just what we used to be, but who we are. So when people talk about, we need to bring back Black Wall Street, no, we need to bring back the spirit of Black Wall Street. It is not a place anymore. It is a mindset.
That's important. You can't even overstate what you just said about the mindset. I think that's where we've gotten a little bit off track from, I would say, my generation to this next generation. Is that, I grew up in a time right outside of the 60s and 70s. So Black empowerment, Black is beautiful. You had an enrichment of Black culture that kind of sprung out of that. And from my thought, racism was kind of over. We had rights. Now go out there and get yours. You can get education and build, community. And then, of course, then we ran smack dab into a drug culture that seemed to be just poured on top of us. And just kind of like, it just did havoc. And then it created a whole new, generation that was focused mainly on materiality and not understanding what generates that materiality in the first place. And you're just doing things kind of backward. You want to celebrate yourself or showcase, a certain lifestyle that you don't even know how, you're not supporting it. It's not supported by fact, reality, or true economics that are underneath. There's maybe for the few, yeah, some of us became billionaires, your Jay-Z's, some other people that, out of that culture. But for the most part, the culture of itself did not benefit from it as much. So I'm finding that, to what you just said, the mindset that everybody can participate in this economy if we focus on it and make it intentional about doing business in the Black community and really regentrifying or revitalizing that spirit that you talked about and understanding the why behind it. There's a big why. There's a big reason why in other cultures that they always do business first within the culture before they go outside the culture. I think that mindset has been lost, but we can bring it back. Instead of saying, well, it's kind of like, no, we just have to be intentional about it. And I think that's so important. So before we wrap up, give us some advice, your advice, as you talk to our people that are listening. How do we get back to that spirit of that Black Wall Street?
Well, I'm stuck on the mindset, and the mindset is time out for us begging anyone to do business with us. When we have a whole continent that is looking for us, a whole continent. So 2 years ago, I went to South Africa and went as a guest of Sister Cities International. They wanted to have their first ever economic development summit there. And I met all of these folks from around the world who were trying to figure out economic development. And so in my conversations with Sister Cities, I was able to meet Ambassador Kanza from Tanzania. And I invited her to come to our big conference that we do in Pinehurst, North Carolina every year called the Executive Networking Conference, which I would encourage your listeners to come to that. Over 500 people come to that, governors, congressmen and women, mayors, city council members, corporate leaders, and CEOs, and all of that's on our website. So people can see that on the Institute, www.theinstitutenc.org, where they can see information about that. But during that exchange with Ambassador Kanza, she said, can you replicate ENC in Tanzania? And she said, we're looking for more African-American owned businesses that we can do business with. We just don't have the connection. Isn't that interesting?
Yes.
We're saying we don't have the connection. You asked me earlier, one of the biggest challenges is access, the connection. We don't know who to ask for business.
Right.
And here we got a whole continent that's saying the same thing. We see what's happening in the US. We see all these successful African-American businesses, but we don't know them.
Mm-hmm.
How can we connect? And then the other challenge is for African-Americans, we tend to, when we visit the continent, we go to the east side of the continent, the west side of the continent most of the time. We're in Ghana, Liberia, Cote d'Ivoire. We stay on that side, or we go up to Egypt, or we may go down to South Africa. Rarely do we go to the east side of the continent.
Mm-hmm.
There's a whole nother experience that we're missing.
Mm-hmm.
And they're all looking for us. And so I feel like this is an opportunity for the Institute to be that connector and create opportunities for people of color and women-owned businesses that are looking for another option, another avenue of where can I do business? How can I expand into a new market? The new market is home. Isn't that interesting? Our new market is home. And doing business right there on the continent of Africa. So I would encourage your listeners to go to our website to get more information, partner with us, follow me so they can get more of the latest information about what we're doing.
Tell us more about 2025 Tanzania. There's a project around it. Talk to us more about that.
Tanzania will be March the 10th through the 14th. We have a travel agent that is engaged with us. So we've tried to make this as seamless as possible. We're going to be working with the Grand Hyatt Hotel in Dar es Salaam. That will be our conference location. We'll be there in the hotel. They're excited about us being there, as you saw in the video that ran initially. But the whole purpose of this Tanzania Economic Development Summit is to connect African-American and women-owned businesses with buyers in Tanzania. that is government, that is corporate, and that is local Tanzanian businesses. They want to connect with us. They want you selling your products there, and they want to be able to connect to sell their products in the U.S. Now, think about this. We've heard a lot of talk about tariffs, and that one particular commodity that could be taxed much heavily are avocados. Number 2 place for avocados is Tanzania.
Mm-hmm.
We heard some talk about tariffs on coffee. Tanzania. Y'all heard it in the video that played a little earlier. We're the ones who are not connecting with those commodities to sell them in the States.
Mm-hmm.
So this is a huge opportunity for us to be on the front end of something significant, expand into a new market, and create these new opportunities to do business. So we got the State Department, Commerce Department, both embassies. The list is long in terms of stakeholders and government organizations that are involved in this to make sure it's successful. We just need for our folks to show up.
Well, we got to get involved. This is great initiative. This is called walking the walk, not just talking the talk. I've said this for a long time, that here we are. We're probably the most educated, the most financially backed group of Black people on the planet. We have access, and we're probably about, I think we're like a $2 trillion economy just by ourselves. And on the worldwide scale, that puts us like around, in right outside the top 10 economies in the world.
Yeah.
Just us. But we're not collectively using that leverage of capital and money. But then you said, who wants to do business with us? An entire continent of people. And they talking about countries is like, hey, put me in touch. Let's have some exchange of goods and services between us. And we have a country and a leadership that reaches out and says, I want to do business with you. Wow. And then we've got Kevin Price on the other side talk about that access, because it's awareness, right? You just didn't aware. Like we get in touch with you, like this is what they need. They need this, this, and this. What can you provide? I can provide this, this, and this. And you start pulling that together. We can make something different for our children and our children's children. So, that whole Black Wall Street gets even bigger.
To your point, Grant, about what they need. We've narrowed this down to a few sectors: healthcare, manufacturing, technology, agriculture, and travel and tourism. Now, we've been working on this Economic Development Summit for a year now, and there are 2 others that are not official industries that we're targeting, but that have come up. So we're going to address them, and that is real estate development. Just a week after I returned from an advanced trip back in November to Tanzania, a building collapsed downtown.
Wow.
So now they're like, well, we need to raise our building standards. We need people with more sophistication to help us with buildings that will stay up. So they're looking for more real estate developers. There's also a huge commodity around gems and metals. And so if you sell jewelry and that sort of thing, this is another opportunity for you. The Tanzanite that you can only get in Tanzania is like diamonds to them.
Well, we've got only 15 seconds. This has been wonderful, Mr. Price, Kevin Price, everyone. I'm going to wish everyone a great day. Genius is coming, and we'll see you on the other side.
Thank you.
You're welcome.